Yo, yo, what's up?
Hey Wooly, how you doing, man?
A little tired, but let's try to make it happen. It's one of those
Yeah.
weeks where there's 3 topics, but those 3 topics explode into about 30 to 40 subtopics each.
I took a day off yesterday.
The first in how long?
That was 30 days.
That's insanity.
There was a lot going on.
That's crazy. Wow. Goddamn. How are you feeling?
Right now I feel pretty good. I'm a little sleepy, but that has nothing to do with any of that. That has to do with the boy going at 6:10. Right.
You could have gone another 3 days and just to round it out, you know?
I could have, but there's more coming up soon.
Strategic
And also I finished the stream the other day and my wife told me I couldn't go to work the next day. And I was like, okay.
She said it was forbidden. That's,
I feel pretty bad. I finished, I think it was a Lies of P stream. I think it was. And she was like, you look terrible. And I'm like, I feel terrible. And then she's like, no more streaming now.
Good on Paige. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, I
now I'm back in it today with you. Right back in. Let's go.
I mean, I don't even know how to go about it. Like, you're like, yeah, no, 30 days go, and I'm just like, cool. And it's like, it's almost like you're like, yeah, look, the veins are not even showing. Like, that's, I can just get right in there.
You know what? You know who I'm gonna blame? I'm gonna blame a single individual. For starting to feel the tinge of a burnout. That person's Day 9. The PC gaming show, this year's PC gaming show was like the worst show in multiple years.
So the thing is these shows also, like, when I look at the video after the fact to catch up, and I look at Sony's and I go, okay, this is about 55 minutes. Let's see what's going on. And I see the Xbox One and it's an hour and a half. And you're like, okay. And then I go and I look at fucking Jeff Keighley's and I see 3 some odd hours. And I'm like, what are we doing over here?
Okay, so the Keighley's were
less
2
than
hours.
that. Yes, the extra was fluff. Yeah.
But what you're forgetting, so that'll tone it down. But what you're forgetting is the 30 minimum minute pre and post, which is mandatory, totally mandatory.
Yeah. John Ralphio coming in to pitch some funny Outer Worlds.
Is John Ralphio Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, and you were gonna come in to do some like half an hour of post show skits, to really pad it out there. But yeah, what's going on with PC? Because to be perfectly honest, I'm like, I don't have time for this, and I don't care. I'm not even gonna pretend. I'll just let you take me through it.
There was an Ultra Kill trailer, which is a game that's technically out.
I care about Ultra Kill. That's cool. That's good.
And there were, I tend to exaggerate. Genuinely, like, my number game is really bad. I think there must have been at least 25 different building games where you're like doing a Factorio or Satisfactory thing on a grid of various types.
Okay.
Like, it might not be quite as high as 25, but it was a wildly disproportionate amount of the stuff they showed there. It looked like what the kids are calling, thank you, Jesu993, factory slop.
Okay. That, yeah. All right.
And hey, you know what? Before we go on, there's a great thread. There's a great thread on our subreddit about how much people hate the term friend slop.
Yeah.
which I had never heard of until I saw that.
I never heard that either. And that describes...
And friend slop is slop that you have to play with your friends.
Yeah.
And this was a couple days ago. I heard the term Perry slop referring to Expedition 33.
Okay. Now, Giuna out there has announced that we are officially entering the era of tag slop.
Tag slop, that's right.
Tag slop is now where we're going with fighting games, right?
And like I was initially a little like on the fence about slop use until I was browsing on that internet and I saw a friend of the show, One Haddock, post an edited screenshot of that dipshit from Sonic Adventure saying, I've combined the word slop and the word slop together to create a new word I call slop.
Yeah, okay.
Sonic 06, sorry.
Okay.
Now I've turned all the way around. Yeah. We're in the slop era. I think calling things slop is hilarious.
So, I mean, as someone who has officially attached my brand to the word...
To slop, yeah.
With slop streaming, make no mistake, I stand behind and support it entirely. As I was, skipping through, to see what was going on, I definitely I had my own mental coined word as I was just going seeing all these trailers or whatever, and every once in a while something would pop up with what I could call quirk slop.
Yeah.
Right. And you see quirky game slop, right? What's going on over here?
Wholesome slop.
We're being weird. We're being something. What was it's first person quirky weird stuff's happening. Crazy. It's super weird. Yeah. So no, that is that much is clear.
And also during I think was it the Sony one or it was the Summer Games Fest one where I think we were watching Wuwa, a trailer for Wuwa, and I'm like, what is this, a fucking Goonlike?
The fact that video games have such terrible genre definitions and naming conventions.
It's starting to turn around, though. We're turning this bitch around.
Yeah. We wrote it out long enough, and now this shit's starting to come back. Yeah, 100%. We might be on the upswing.
When I say a Goonlike, I say Wuwa Goonlike, somehow people know what that is.
Of course. A Wuthering Waves, horny waifu based, pop your money in for minimal actual, depth and content, but enjoy the aesthetics and get a boner.
Oh, man.
100% Wuwa Goonlikes. Yeah, I'm in there. I know what you mean.
Video games are so fucking stupid. And boy, what a great week for the highs and lows of video games.
I mean, look, this is one of those fill your plate up buffet style news weeks. So,
so this would be a great week for us to have no games to talk about.
But unfortunately,
that we played on our own time. God forbid a fucking new console launch and Undertale game came out.
Okay, so on the console launch, I actually have so little to say because I have not done anything with it because I was not planning to get one. And then a sponsorship offer came in and I went, all right, fine. So then I was planning to just do, I'm like,
oh, cool. For what? What? Type it to Pat. I want to know. I'm curious.
Okay.
Is it Mario?
I mean, I'm not going to say out loud, but.
No, that's why I say the types.
Oh, that's the wrong person. Oh boy.
Dude.
There we go.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Love that.
Isn't that fun?
I was not planning to.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I was not planning to get one for a while. I was just like, whenever that something would strike me as needed or whatever. But then there was like this is a thing. So I was like, all right, let me just try to go see if I can get one. And then it was like, okay, well, can you confirm these dates and whatever? And I was like, I can't because I don't know if I'll get one. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, and then you walked out and you got one.
And I literally walked out and there was two people in front of me and that was because we all walked in at the same time and there was completely zero difficulty whatsoever. And I was like, this is the quietest launch I've ever seen. Gee, I wonder fucking why.
I have a couple of thoughts about that. So first of all, I want to give a shout out to Canada Computers for running out of stock and then taking my money up front and then just having shit all. And then I asked for a refund and they just refunded me. So hey, that was a net neutral experience.
Canada Computers has been pretty solid in my experience over here.
And they didn't have the allotment they thought they had.
Nice.
I want to give Amazon a shout out because they own us, but also, aside from that, I won the little lottery and I ordered one and they sent it and I have it now. And it came in a box and my delivery driver didn't steal it.
Okay. I didn't get a controller. Those were gone immediately. So
okay, so here's a fun one. Boo Best Buy. I got a controller from Best Buy. And the difference between having that shipped to me via Best Buy versus having it shipped to me via Amazon, world of difference. I got the controller. I got a Switch and a controller and the camera from Amazon. You know what that came in? A generic ass Amazon box. I got the fucking Best Buy controller and it came with special anti-tamper tape that I have never seen in my life that might as well scream limited item, please steal.
Advertising on the fucking doorstep. Oh, man. Yeah. No, you got to strip the packaging off.
Now, my mailman's cool. She's a cool lady. Like she likes the baby. I waved to her. It's a whole fucking thing, right? So I'm not too worried about it. But no. Don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you live and what's up. I have friends that are literally doors facing a main street with no,
that's cooked.
You know, and like there's no distance whatsoever. You're just stepping by the bakery and then, hey, look, front door, and then the couche-tard. So, you know, if you're
for the Nintendo Switch 2, the main thing is one, it's pretty expensive. It's more expensive than usual. That helps for trying to get a day one unit. But the other thing is that because of their economic uncertainties, Nintendo, like there are so many fucking units. There are so many fucking units
just to be safe
out there. Like scalpers are fucking fucked on this one. Like that, like there's every Costco. I have spoken to anybody who's gone to a Costco recently. They're like, yeah, there's a pallet with like hundreds of the fucking things just sitting in the middle of the floor,
anticipating a potential crazy rush because of tariffs and all that stuff, for sure, no doubt. It was just insane to me when I walked out of there, and I was holding the box, and I was holding 2 physical games, and I had a bill that said $1,000 on it.
That is a type of sticker shock. Yeah.
And I'm like,
now we're going to talk about that later.
Yeah. And I'm just like, well,
you know, fuck, we're going to talk about it right now.
Well, it's just real simple. Cause I'm just like, yeah, I, you know, this is something that is a business expense. And we have the benefit of being able to claim that. Not everybody, certainly most people do not. But looking at that, say $1,000 fucking plus dollars is psychotic to me walking out of the shop.
So I remember talking about, and I guess we'll talk about this piece of news because Microsoft is doing a Xbox handheld with Asus.
The ROG Ally.
Yeah, but the Xbox version. And I remember when they said that the next Xbox console would be like the biggest, bestest / probably most expensivest Xbox that's ever existed.
No, but sure.
They did. It was like a direct quote. We're working on the strongest ever, blah, blah, blah. And then all this tariff shit happened and the Nintendo. And I was like, man, I don't think anyone has the fucking stomach for a fucking 1,200 USD Xbox. Right. And so I guess they agreed because here comes a $800 to $900 USD Xbox Pocket that was announced maybe at the worst possible date imaginable. The day after the Switch is doing like PS2 numbers.
Man,
like just the like what the why did you wait?
I'm sure.
Also, it's huge. Have you seen it? It's like the size of a fucking keyboard. It's enormous.
So because the ad for it, the reveal was in virtual fucking float green space, it was impossible to actually tell the size of it.
You could see fucking Phil hold one, I think, at one point, and it's enormous. It looks like the size of a full-size keyboard.
I feel like the Switch 2 is enormous compared to the Switch, but like
it is. It's a little bigger.
But now we're in.
It's about the same weight.
Yeah. But we're in Steam Deck territory now. Where like that's the size, like massive sort of tablet-sized console.
Yeah, I think the Switch too, because it's about the same weight as the Switch, but it's larger. I find it actually easier to hold.
I prefer the smaller screens in general. I think for my portables in this case, but regardless,
is the Switch a portable?
It's supposed to be.
Because to me, portable has always meant I put my DS Lite in my pocket.
Yeah, but the whole point to me of these things is still supposed to be you take it with you on the go elsewhere. But
Wooly.
Well, now I feel like now the idea is less of you whip it out on the bus and more of a I'm bringing with me on vacation. You know?
Nah, man. I've discovered the ultimate use case for the portable Switch system, and that is, I want to play Age of Calamity at a decent frame rate, which is incredible, by the way. Wow, that game was like annihilated by its own technical issues. That game's great. I can't believe they let it release like that. But I don't want to fry my infant's toddler brain with dopamine. All right, kid.
Yeah.
Playing with your blocks? All right, I'm going to play with my toy up here where you can't see it.
Yeah. No.
Where you can't see.
That's a particular use case for you and your family that is excellent and works out. But I'm just going off. I think
that's actually going to be a fairly popular use case amongst like anybody with a child.
I mean, okay, but
don't look at it, Billy. It'll fuck your brain up. Daddy's brain is already ruined. There's no hope.
Okay, the continuity of thought in Nintendo handheld consoles has been you have your Game Boy in your pocket, you got your Game Boy Advance in your pocket, you got your DS in your pocket, you whip out the thing, you play wherever. That's always been the idea. Switch being a little bit bigger was like, we're committing to a bigger screen and we're replacing the handheld and home console idea by putting them all together in one. But now you're getting it's portable. It's not necessarily for you to hold in your pocket per se, but you can force it in that situation if you want. Now
force it in my pocket.
Yeah, and now the screens are big enough that it's like, you're not really supposed to put a Steam Deck in your pocket or so. It's a tablet, exactly.
Yeah.
But I guess the idea is because we've found spaces to walk around or have tablets, maybe like, I don't know, bring it with you to whatever.
Put it in your messenger bag on your bicycle as you go to your social media job and hopefully don't get hit by a car.
I think the end point is the old handhelds were meant to be used in transit, and then this is meant to be used at the destination that you arrive at.
The other thing is the old handhelds were also meant to be used hidden in your pocket in elementary school.
That were it was very easy to do so, yes.
Like the Game Boy, like it was a brick, but it was a brick you could hide in your fucking 8-year-old pocket.
Okay.
And play Pokemans under your desk.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's a really slick system. It's nice to play games at real frame rates. Tears of the Kingdom's HD upgrade, whatever, feels like I'm committing a crime according to Nintendo. Playing that game at like a locked 4K 60 feels like it actually just makes me resentful that they didn't just wait on that game. Ridiculous.
Yeah, so I guess I wonder what how far could you go with size until it's like, well, what is this? What is this use case for? I guess you can.
That's what she said.
Half a laptop. I mean, shit. Sure. Yep.
I think that Xbox One is going to be uniquely terrible for a lot of reasons, and the number one of which is my favorite feature about that Xbox thing is it has real controller handles on the sides, ensuring you will never be able to get it into any flat bag or surface ever.
No, you need a case that whatever that case comes with or whatever you get. Yeah, 100%. And I guess it's the Game Pass box / you can get Steam shit going on it. So there you go. But those itches are already scratched by other devices. So I kind of I don't know what this is for. I'm also wondering at one point the generation proper is going to just go, here's a fucking PC tower. This is your new console. There's a sticker on it that says,
I mean,
you know,
if you can see in the background, there's an Xbox there with an eyeball on it.
It's halfway there. It really is.
That's most of the way there.
You know,
and as you can see, I use it for its designated purpose, which is a sponsored prop item for Persona 5 Royale.
The Devil May Cry 5 demo machine. But anyways, whatever. All this to say, so yeah, there's a bunch of shit with the new console out this week. I booted it up, I installed some stuff, and transferred my saves, and that's all I did. I have not actually done anything with it proper.
I barely did much at all, actually. Despite getting new console, I have this thing that I have to do, which is called be an adult and have responsibilities and shit.
Yep.
So I played it for like a couple hours last night. The games that have Switch 2 upgrades they feel criminal. They feel like ridiculous. It's unreal. I tried out a bunch of the Xenoblade games. I tried out Age of Calamity. I tried out Metroid Dread and Astral Chain. And even if the game does not have a patch or upgrade or, you know, whatever, it's just the same ass game, it's going to hit whatever frame rate cap it had.
Okay.
100% of the time, the whole time. If it had dynamic resolution, it will be at the highest dynamic resolution it allowed the whole time.
So docked but not docked, you know.
Even undocked. Yeah.
Okay.
There is no more slowdown on any Switch 1 game that I played.
Oh yeah.
Which I remember playing Xenoblade 2 and just like turning the camera and it would be like and it's like, oh, this doesn't feel good at all.
That is to say, the way anything ran docked on Switch 1 now runs that way undocked on Switch 2. The question is are there noticeable differences between running a Switch 2 game docked and undocked?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't try Mario Kart undocked, but considering where like Mario Kart is like 4K 60 on docked and 1080p 60 on undocked, like that's a way easier jump. That's like 6 times as much processing power, so it's probably going to be just completely fine.
Okay. So yeah, you tried.
I'm not worried about it. But yeah, it's really nice to have Nintendo games look and run well. And I know that Nintendo games, like Nintendo's been really super serious about like hitting their targets. So like when they said, hey, the game's going to run at 60 FPS on whatever, be it Metroid or, you know, Odyssey or whatever, it fucking hits it. Right?
Mm-hmm. And
so now they're going to be like, hey, Donkey Kong's going to be 4K 60 or whatever the fuck. It's like, great, awesome, fantastic. If you're really insane, you can turn the system resolution down to 1080 and run shit like Mario Kart at 120. Which is nuts. I'm not gonna though.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see situations where anything that's not exclusive. I don't know why I'd necessarily go grab the Switch version particularly.
So you can play it on the bus. So hey, I might rebuy 13 Sentinels on the Switch. You know why?
Wow. Okay.
Because I'm more likely to have a Switch hooked up than a PlayStation.
Huh. Okay. That's
or Unicorn Overlord or something like that. Because I know it's never going to come to PC.
Yeah. I guess it's a different use case entirely for me.
Hades 2 I might grab on the Switch too, depending on how it runs.
Okay.
I was tempted to get Street Fighter until I saw that people were talking about that like it looks really bad.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I want to go see that with like that fucking calorie mode or whatever. I'm just like, what? Anyway. Oh,
and I have used the Pro controller a lot. It's really quite excellent. It's cool. A fantastic fucking controller. It is the triggers are my favorite triggers in that but this is the old one, but they're buttons. And you know what? Yes, that's what I want for my trigger. I want a fucking button. I don't give a shit about, it's like pulling a gun. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a single shit.
Or at least a little switch in the back that gives you the option to toggle between, the depth on the impact or so.
And the battery lasts forever.
Nice.
So yeah, super good. Super cool piece of kit. Super solid. Everything I played on it runs and looks great. It gives me a great excuse to go back and play a ton of Switch 1 games. that I didn't get around to.
I also noticed this time around, I think I've completely let go of the, like, when it was like, oh, I'm grabbing it, it's like, oh, do you want to get a little protective, like, screen thing or case? I was like, no, it's not going to need that. You know, those days are gone.
I'm an adult. I take care of my things.
And this will spend most of its time docked anyway. So
yeah, it's docked in a place the baby can't reach right now. Can't get to it.
It's official. We no longer need the plastic screen protector. It's
well, there is a plastic screen protector on it. Like by default.
Oh.
Don't remove it.
Oh, interesting. There is one there. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's one on there right now.
Oh, good to know. All right. But yeah, I've crossed that threshold in my life, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, let's get moving with stuff because there's a lot for sure.
Also the dock is better. It's not as tight, so it's not going to scratch the screen.
I don't like the rounded part. The top of the like, there's like a bezel, and then like the top part is curved, and I don't like how that sits as much. Because of the way, like the previous one was
for
kind
the fans and shit.
Yeah, the previous one was flatter, and it kind of like it tucked in nicer to where I have it set up.
Yeah, I'm hiding mine behind the television, so like that doesn't affect me at all because it's literally hidden from sight.
Okay. Yeah, again, I have a weird use case where I'm fitting it into the shelf of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like when the PS5 came out, and I'm like, how am I supposed to stack my Xbox on this curved piece of shit?
And the answer is you have to move your whole setup around the PS5. Like the PS5 determines how life around it will go. You know, that feels deliberate too.
It does. All right, let's start. Wooly, what did you do, look at, play, or experience within your week of life?
Okay.
This past one.
1 second. Let me just. There we go. Wuwa Goonlikes has been entered. The first thing I'll say is I went back to do the epilogue, so to speak, of Cyberpunk. We just went back to watch some of the extra endings and some of the stuff I didn't see and some of the stuff I missed. And the Cyberpunk endings are fucking great. Very cool. I like there's a theming to them that has like there's a tarot card theme, and then there's a particular song. The mission name is the name of a famous song, you know, and like different endings all lead to different song tracks, you know. Don't Fear the Reaper, you know, or shit, I forgot the one we got. But anyway, there's some cool stuff like that that's interesting. The way things kind of pan out, looking at the greater context and sort of started seeing some of those other endings, like, yeah, there's some real fun extra going on with a lot of the characters and relationships you have, and in particular there's a part of the game where you get calls while the credits are rolling. So you have your ending, and then you have all your contacts and people that you know or met calling in to chat with you. Also, they're in a really small window, and it's in real time, so they look amazing. Their frame rate and lighting is so perfect. It's the best.
Right.
They look the best they've ever looked because they're just being rendered in a tiny little vid window, you know? But all that to say that you know, there's a bunch of really cool ones and some like phenomenal character, I guess, like acting moments, some monologues where they really just, you know, fully embrace
right at the finish line.
So your Die Hard Man monologue kind of thing, you have like a bunch of those coming off of some of these characters depending on how things play out, you know. Very, very phenomenal performances from the cast in those endings. And in particular, you can like we went and did the Phantom Liberty ending, so to speak, not the ending to the DLC, but the ending that came out with the DLC. And it's insane how much extra gets put into that. You know, you just kind of see this as the like, okay, you're coming back to the game after 2 years or however long it's been, and you're gonna get a massive reward with so much extra context, and like it's absurd the quality difference, of course, between what they did on launch and then what they got to at the end of Phantom Liberty.
Witcher 3 had that also.
Right. I hear.
At the end of Blood and Wine, you would get an ending that took place like decades after your main game ending,
right? And
just be like, well, here's what the fuck happened to Geralt.
Yep.
Like here's basically the rest of his life.
Yep. And so you know, similar things happen where you see way more than just a couple conversations, you know? Like there's a lot extra fleshed out there. And yeah, if that baseline quality is what can be expected going into, you know, the next project, is it Orion or anyway, the whatever the next Cyberpunk project name was, that's going to be a phenomenal starting point for sure. So
there was a really interesting quote. I'm going to butcher it. This is a paraphrase from CD Projekt, where they basically said, "Yeah, we were kind of huffing our own farts after Witcher 3, which is why Cyberpunk came out like it did." Like they kind of like left their best practices by the wayside.
Okay.
And had a little bit of that BioWare magic going on because, dude, we made the best RPG ever, man. Oh fuck yeah, we can't do, and you know,
see,
and they're like, we are definitely aware of that after Cyberpunk.
Okay, because it's so funny because there's a distinct feeling I'm having where I'm like, while I was super impressed with Citadel as like the best part of that Mass Effect experience, like I definitely am like walking away now going like, well, I don't know if everything they do from this point forward is going to be Citadel afterwards, and certainly it isn't and wasn't, and you don't, you know, you're like, no, that's everyone pushing their hardest to deliver the best they can in that context. That doesn't mean it's going to be the new threshold bar, you know? Whereas I could see Phantom Liberty and this type of conclusion being the bar they go for, you know, for Cyberpunk going forward.
Yeah, like I have played all the Witcher games to completion except for the card one, and I played a bunch of Cyberpunk, and it's like for CD Projekt, they have not done anything to dissuade me from telling anyone who's interested in those games to wait until the first big patch after the game's expansion comes out.
That's quite
like for Witcher 1 and 2, it was called Enhanced Edition. For Witcher 3, it's like, oh, Blood and Wine's out. Okay, wait one more patch and then jump in.
Ignore everything in between, wait for an expansion, and then the roundup afterwards. Yeah.
Same thing with Alcat, which we have a lot to talk about with Alcat today later.
Okay, so there was that. We started Expedition 33 with Reggie on controls, and we have selected French. Much to the joy of some and to the dismay of others, and I ultimately left that up to Reggie as the final say. And you know, all I can say to that is we've been having a super blast with it, and watching it with New Game Plus eyes. I'm getting.
I've been itching to go back to do it because, like, I'll be in a Reddit thread and be like, "Did you notice this shit?" And I'll be like, "No."
I'm getting hit with it as we're going, and I'm trying to not be too annoying about it while he's playing. But like, there's a couple moments.
Yeah, because he's just like, "Haha," and you're like, "Oh, he's there. He was there the whole time."
Yeah, that happens. That super duper happens, right? You see shit where you're like, "Oh, context," right? And like, you know that thing where you go, "Oh, I don't know what I'm looking at yet, but eventually I'll understand it better."
There's like a really specific cutscene at the end of Act 1 that makes no fucking sense at all when you see it, and I can't wait to get back to it.
Yeah. It's incredible to see shit where you're like, oh, this was not at all the thing where you go, you'll see this later, but you'll get it. It's like, no. We never go back. It's wild. So it's fun it's clearly made for the redo. And not to mention as well, even little things where, Globlu, the little flower boss that you fight
that guy
right away. Like you see that bit where like Mael is like reaching out to like connect and is like, something about you, you know?
And then you're like, oh, I wonder if that'll ever come back up. No, it will never be explicitly stated even once in the entire game.
But replaying it, I'm like, oh, motherfucker, that's just Eskier's body. She just recognizes the shape of Eskier, you know? So it's like, damn, that's cool, right? Anyway, no. This is it's a super non-moment. This is not huge spoilers or anything. It's just a little moment from like a
and now, luckily enough, boss. If you wanted to go back in New Game Plus, they literally put out a patch this morning.
I'm not, guys. All right. What I just described, I don't think was a.
No, you're good. Ignore them. Don't look at them.
First boss.
Talk to me about the patch.
All right. Yeah. All right.
It's a patch this morning for Expedition 33. Have you seen it?
I have not.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. I put up a screenshot with a name blanked out on it. You can now refight that guy at your leisure.
Ooh, that's great.
The one right at the end.
That's great.
That guy. And they've made story mode way a million times easier. Parry window and dodge windows on story mode are now increased by 40%.
Okay.
And damage reduced by up to 50%, because story mode was still too hard, like for people that like can't parry for shit. Challenge modifiers Act 3 onward. At a flag checkpoint in Act 3 onwards, which includes New Game Plus, players can now limit max damage to 99,999, 100,000, or 1 million, or multiply enemy HP by times 2, times 5, times 10, times 20, times 50, or times 100.
Okay.
Which is the exact specific things I was talking about, I think like last week or the week before, because there was a mod out that was like enemy HP 100 times.
Okay.
And I was like, that's ridiculous. I remember people were playing that like the day the game came out. I'm like, why would you need 100 times enemy health? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe you could go for 100 times enemy health.
Okay. Yeah, that's sick. I'm glad that they're still updating shit and that what we wanted could be patched back in, you know, for like
they also
a difficulty mode could get patched in for all, you know, that'd be great.
You know that sword right at the end? They have now fixed the cataclysmic memory leak problem that happens when you equip that sword.
I don't think I know about
so the
that
final
one.
sword that you get,
yeah,
every battle you get into like eats up like 20% of your RAM. My stream dropped to like sub 30 frames after going through a dungeon with it.
Okay.
It was ridiculous. It was so busted.
I sorry to go back. The spoiler thing's bothering me. I just kind of want to quickly say, I guess, like
it's like a shit on the floor. Clean it up and forget it ever happened.
Yeah, it's just because it's something that like comes up with like, you know, with me and people being like I'm too stupid about spoilers or whatever.
But Wooly, you didn't even spoil anything because you're obviously talking about Esquia's statue in the middle of Lumiere that you can then rename after Sophie.
I was just gonna say, because like this part of this came up when you were going into like Hunter x Hunter people before, and people like thought I was getting mad about something, and I'm just kind of like, as far as that goes, I have nothing else to say about anything spoiler related. I don't care anymore. It's totally fine.
Hunter x Hunter has Coin Man. There's an entire sequence of events around man who throws coins. That shit's stupid.
I'm just no longer going to have the conversation or get like, it's fine. If anyone says anything that hits me in,
stop spoiler slopping.
It's okay. I'm not gonna get mad about anything spoiler related. I'm not gonna make it an issue. It's totally fine, guys. All right. There was that was really cool. I wanted to say that definitely expect a number of people that are you know, like, yeah, the French stuff bothers me, so I'm not going to be checking it out because of the language thing. I was really hype, and then that was disappointing. And I mean,
understand. It's normal that French would bother people.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, just flat, just totally flat.
But all that to say that, you know, talking to Reggie about it especially, I'm just like, look, this is a very special, weird exception where there's a super French game that happens to overlap with us in the language we speak, and it's something that could just be, again, a little bit more interesting of a playthrough versus the other countless English ones out there.
I would like to make a very simple statement there. Yep. I actually do not speak the language they are speaking in the French. It is
different. It is different.
I genuinely like, there's I don't know if you ever found it, but there's like a part of the game where there's like French language, even in English, there's just French language poetry playing in the background with no subtitles.
Yeah, there's that one area.
And people in the chat were like, what does it mean? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I literally could not tell you. I could read it. I could tell you. Right, but my ear can't do it.
For me, it depends from moment to moment, but there's definitely like things like that, like that like level of poetry where we're getting artistic, or like listening to some of the lyrics where you're like, ooh, singing makes it extra difficult to parse. You know,
when I read that the lyrics on fucking Spotify, but like I can't do it by ear.
But all that to say that in going with this, I think it'll probably be the only franglais, as we say, LP of the game or so. And to the more sort of extreme views of like oh, this is tanking the LP's whatever audience or so, like that doesn't matter to me. That's okay. I would rather this be something that is a special thing. And I want to specifically, I'm like, yo, Reggie, I want you to experience and see this shit. And
yeah, see, you have like this integrity towards your work that I really respect. And over here, I'm like, how many fucking clown dicks can I paint on my forehead if someone donates $5? I bet it's more than one.
I mean, look, the call was, I'm so happy within one session that it was right, because for one, besides like all the bits that we're getting into culturally and stuff, there's a funny element of just like twice now we've ran like an hour overtime, and
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, and I'm like, hey Reggie, it's like 8:45, and he's like, huh, what? And it's especially fun to just see that like locked in, like, oh man, can we, oh geez, okay, I guess we can end now. And I'm like, oh, we can keep going a bit, it's fine. I got I got stuff to do after, but like we can let it run. But it's just funny because like we were enjoying Cyberpunk, but there's definitely a grind that you kind of get tired of it after a certain point.
Slop at the end of the day.
And so there is a like, okay, we did a bunch of missions, the dialogue and the notes we picked up told us about how fucked up Night City is, but for the most part there's a grind that you kind of hit of a pattern that's the same kind of thing. So this is really nice and refreshing to see that energy there. And
when I was getting to the end of 33 on my stream, I started to describe it as real metaphor hours. Because I looked back, I decided to like look back over my metrics and like, how many metaphor streams did I do? And the answer was, I did twice as many as you would expect, because I would stream it from 4 to 9, put the baby to bed, and then stream from 10 to 2.
You're like, I want some more.
like 3-4 days a week for 2-3 weeks. That started to happen near the end of Expedition 33. It's like, well, everyone's asleep, time to go back to it.
See, that's the thing, right? You're not streaming on your schedule. You're playing the game and hitting the live button. You're going, all right, let me play, and then, oh, I'm live. All right. That's the difference. It's a different thing. But also just going back through and like, within an hour of starting this game, like something that doesn't happen too often is I don't get got that much these days when I'm playing games. And yo, we're playing that intro and my eyes are watering, dude. I'm getting it. My chest is tightening up. I'm like, I have so much feeling for these characters,
I love those characters.
Oh, this new game plus is gonna fucking be such a trip, because I'm already invested, man.
Wooly, why are you crying?
No, you're crying.
I can't tell you.
I just watched Dear Zachary. Don't worry about it. I was just watching it on my phone down here. It's fine. It's fine. It's great. So like that's off to a rollicking great start so far, and he's thoroughly enjoying it, and he's parrying and he's throwing himself first into the deep end by trying to parry before even trying to dodge, and I'm like, ooh, I like that moxie. Like, get you fucked up.
I went through back
streets.
And forth on that, where I started to do that, and then I got to flying waters, and then that became like untenable for a little while. And then I would dodge to time it, and then it was when I was fighting the Bourgeois.
Yeah, Bourgeois.
That I was like, no, I'm just never gonna dodge ever again. The only time I'm gonna start dodging is when I'm trying to parry a 10 hit, and I fuck one of the hits up. Because then I'm not going to get the counterattack anyway.
Exactly. And if you have something to give you AP, then you're fine. So that's the moment. But I just like watching the hubris, you know? So yeah, Expedition 33 has begun, and this is one of those ones where I'm just like, even for like little things like the musical bits and the intro and things like that, I'm like, okay, Min, you take this, and from this track, from this second to this second, we're using this, and then for here, like, it's gotta be these great moments. So that LP has begun. And yeah, beyond that, real quick, had a fun weekend. Freddie Loco, aka Son of M, my friend from from MTLSF over here, came over. CVS2 competitive player from back in the day. We popped on some Capcom versus SNK2. We played. We had a great time pressing buttons. And for the first time, I tried playing that on a controller. And oh man, it's so weird because I definitely have that cutoff point where I'm like, from this year forward, this is where I started playing pad more, and this is where and everything back is stick based, and my brain wants a stick. But I said, I
know exactly what you mean.
Let me just try, you know? And I was doing it. I was doing it, and I was like, okay, I don't want to go back and erase and rewrite memories, but like playing the older game on it, it did work. And yeah, it's fun to be able to just go back and pop that in. Fuck the remixed music though. I like the idea of having remixed or arranged soundtracks for re-releases of things.
I don't care for it.
But I'm like, on paper, I sure, but fuck me, that's not what my brain wants to hear.
I would like to give a shout out, however, to the first upload of the remixed version of True Love we're making. Just use the video for Friday Night Fisticuffs.
Right, basically, right, yeah.
Which I was like, oh, that's cute.
Basically, no, and I mean the reality of it, the idea of like jumping on. So my consistency back in the day, as much as I'm like, I played so much of this game with the stick before, I'm like, yeah, but I could never consistently get a fucking pretzel motion going. But I can do.
Oh yeah, it's crazy because like I played so much of this. I played so much more Third Strike than I have played Street Fighter 6. I am so much better at Street Fighter 6 than I ever was in Third Strike.
there you go. Right? Like, oh, my memories.
It is night and fucking day.
Yeah, our memories are strong, but we were weak.
Oh yeah,
we were so bad.
Do you remember? Oh God, what was this, like 2006, 2007? Where we were at your place playing Third Strike, and we were talking about how much we hated the medium button. And you told me that your buddy actually explained to you that the medium button's actually really good. And I was like, that's fucking stupid.
You can't expose us like this, dude. You can't expose us like this. This is crazy. Stop it, Pat. They can't know.
No, dude, it was like, I look back on that and I'm like, oh my God, that was the most scrub shit ever.
The level, guys,
oh my God.
Here's how scrub we were. Like, you don't even understand. So I grew up when me and my brother and like we only had lights and heavies, and it's like, yeah, mediums are there, I guess.
Well, do I want it to be fast or do I want it to be strong?
That's it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And like to this day, my brother literally never presses anything besides the heavy buttons, mind you. Like, there's no concept of doing anything but the most damaging big hit.
Your brother is real for that.
Right? He does not care. There are only 2 buttons in these games. And so the idea of being like, what do you want this in between for? It's like, you don't understand anything at that point. And yes, right, shout outs Kingsley. He's the guy that showed me the world of how these games can be fucking, you could play them and get better at them, and what it takes and why. And like, he was like, dude, like, it's not just about speed and damage, you know? I'm like, fuck you, it's not. And then he fucking beat my ass enough times to be like, no, sometimes
well, I guess I should listen to you.
Yeah, sometimes it's about range, you know? Sometimes it's about like priority, sometimes all these things. And like back then, yeah, we were just like, no, fast or strong only. You know? No give ball, only throw.
And so I think the funniest thing to me is that, like, I feel a lot of that I think we would have gotten over that a lot faster if we hadn't played a bunch of SNK games.
Oh yeah,
which agrees with us.
Yeah, they basically lock you into the 4, and I'm like, great. I love that this is all face buttons, no problem, you know. So yes, it is definitely hilarious now to just go back to that. Or like even when Marvel 2 came out and they're like, yeah, the mediums are in there, but they're hidden behind the light buttons, so don't worry about it. You know, you're like, ah, okay, right? But it's such scrub shit nowadays to when you're thinking about that. But hey, at the same time, we're in a pre fucking Evo moment, you know, a world. We're like there's so much that was not understood at that point. All this to say,
some guy in the chat, Fetragon, says when play styles were molded by your locals, and that is a time that is gone.
Yeah,
like people used to play a certain way.
Well, and
be good at certain things.
Even the word locals is too far ahead in tech. We're talking basements, and if you wanted to get nuts, you go down to that local arcade. If you wanted to get nuts, but we're talking basements, guys.
I can't remember if it was IGN or if it was 1UP, but when Street Fighter 4 was in the review process, one of the reviews said that everyone in the office was obsessed with it, except for the fact that fights between individuals, not in game, were starting to escalate and almost come to blows over whether or not you should be allowed to do tick throws.
Throws. It's always throws. You can't block a throw, right? That's cheap shit. Unblockable moves are cheap. It's that simple, you know? And like the idea that someone would come around and explain to you that yes, rock, paper, scissors is for a reason. There's a balance to the idea that things need to have a counterplay to them. That's crazy. That's insane. It's like, no, there's blocking and there's attacking. Fuck off, you know? It's hilarious. So yeah, that was great. Going back to CVS, and then you know they have the balance patch that's like already in it, the EO GameCube thing that they threw on that you have to play that version online, and it's just kind of wild because they took out a bunch of bugs. They took out like old unfair stuff that happened in the original Capcom versus SNK 2, roll canceling, for example. But they left in the fact that like K-Groove was just so insanely strong, you know?
Yeah, but that was intentional.
It was designed, right? And so like the bugs that came around, the glitches that everyone used, kind of helped balance the game out a bit by making other grooves more strong in different ways. And then by fixing them, you just go back to lopsiding the balance. It's hilarious, you know? But still, fucking beautiful game. Love going back to that and pressing buttons, having fun. So thanks to Freddie for coming on with that. And then yeah, jumping on Elena, looking at the Street Fighter 6 new season.
I want to say something about Elena. You can feel that like the I don't know how they build characters if it's the same people every time, but the people that built Elena fucking love Elena.
Oh,
like there's some love put into this fucking character.
Oh yeah, and I think that it's simply the same again, the same care that goes into making Mai and Terry, you know, and all these latest DLCs where they just look phenomenal and are lovingly crafted. She has all of that. You know, her little like on her character select screen, she's like playing, you know, the berimbau, doing a little like capoeira traditional thing, and then goes into the merengue. It's great. And never mind that haircut. Costume 3 is now here, and her costume 3 with the overalls is incredible, and 2's perfect. Something about girls in overalls, that's a power level that's, you know, we don't talk about that enough. That's its own fucking fierce.
I think we talk about that exactly enough as we need to.
I love it. It's good shit. So yeah, the Elena's got stuff, and she's it's hard to say like where she's gonna wind up in terms of how strong she is as a character, but I
don't care. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like I am so much happier with the way Elena plays in Street Fighter 6 than I ever was in anyone from Third Strike showing up in 4 or 5. Because like the core, like hey, you know what? Third Strike has a lot of really good ass target combos. You know what Elena has for a lot of her core offense? Really good fucking target combos.
Tons. Yeah. Just don't be caught autopiloting them because you'll whiff a button and get killed, you know? But yeah, she has a lot of those. She has definitely a good amount of pressure to keep things going, and they also deliberately kind of designed her in a way where they didn't do the DLC being top tier thing, right? So the last couple characters, from Akuma to Bison to Mai, you know, I mean, Terry not so much, but still pretty strong, you know, in some ways. They didn't do the latest DLC is going to be the god of the game. She is not that by any stretch, you know?
No, she's a good, normal character.
Mm-hmm. And they did things that, you know, to the system as a whole, where it's like, okay, so if you want to throw loop with her, you can do it. You just have to be perfect on your timing, and you have to spend a drive rush.
Oh, really? How do you throw loop with her?
You drive rush in, and you do it within one frame. You throw within one frame. Well, you have to be very precise.
A throw loop that needs a drive rush is not a fucking throw loop.
It costs a resource, you know.
Yeah, I play fucking Bison. I just walk forward.
That's it, right? So like, and I wish they made that universal. It'd be nice if it was like, no, it's going to take you precision if you want to do this, but it is there. Anyway, and then some of the other balance changes and stuff are wild and crazy and fun. You know,
Ryu gets to be number one.
Yeah, they shot Menno. And they handed the gun. They put the gun in Ryu's mailbox.
it is really interesting to me, because I remember talking to somebody a long time ago, and it was a mandate by Warner Brothers that Superman and Batman had to be top tier in Injustice 1. Like, they had to be, like, if not the best characters, up there. And I thought that was hilarious, but I get, you know, it's Superman and Batman, they're on the box. And it's funny that we're now in Street Fighter 6 land, in which Capcom's like, no, Ryu, it's Ryu time now.
Yeah, look, we could, like, I don't want to have a whole segment going into the you know, balance changes for Street Fighter 6, but
it's crazy.
But it's just hilarious because Ryu, and like, because the idea that Ken is stronger and better overall, there's definitely that internal, like, no, Ryu must be the boy, you know, and he always takes a minute to get there, right? They always have that thing where it takes them a while. They're slow to buff him up, but now, yeah, he's got a super fireball that is fucking instantaneous and can catch you like blinking. If you fucking look away for a second, doing any action, you're dead. So, good stuff. That'll be fun to see how it shapes up.
Did you miss a jab? Here comes a super
die. Bang, you know, bionic arm in the form of a fireball. Yeah, good stuff over there. So yeah, that's pretty much the deal. And then we'll get into the, you know, other news with Street Fighter 6 and stuff, like in the actual proper segment. This week we're going to do some more Expedition 33 over on Wooly Versus on YouTube and on Twitch.
Can't believe it.
And then on Friday, you and I and Gene and friends are going to be jumping on Switch 2 Mario Kart World.
So Paige is the only one who is maybe not confirmed, because we still got to get a hold of the babysitter, but it's definitely going to be the boys at the very least.
So we'll check that out, and that'll be my first time actually playing the Switch. So
I think that the onus is on Gene to stomp us. Because he's had the Switch longer and Mario Kart longer. So if he doesn't, we should shame him.
I also can't remember the last time I played a Mario Kart game, mind you.
That's great. That's awesome.
Yep.
Have you played a Mario Kart?
I have.
Yeah, you're good.
Period.
It's the same fucking game.
Okay.
It's the same game. And so me and Wooly are going to be streaming that on our own channels, obviously.
And then on Saturday as well, I'm going to be on a game show. Jabroni Mike from the Vinny from the Vine Sauce World is going to be having That's My Streamer, and I'm going to be on that with two other VTubers. I'm going to be the Flesh Tuber on stream. So we'll see how that goes.
Disgusting.
Yep. I'm you know, from the moment I knew the weakness of my flesh, I was disgusted, or whatever the quote is. Aspire to the beauty of the machine. Something. I'm not going to get the VTuber rig out. That shit's too complicated, and I'm on a new environment, and I don't know what the fuck's going to happen or go wrong. And what kind of, imagine if people see me a VTuber rig and then come like, oh, that guy, let's go see more of him, and you just see this. Like, that is false advertising.
Gross.
Right? So, anyway, yeah, I'm going to be on That's My Streamer. Shout out to Jabroni. That's fun stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much me.
All right, let's see. What did I do? Oh, that's right. Me and Paige fucking scorched our bodies and throats to death streaming fucking 17 hours of Deltarune back to back over 2 days.
And you got to the end of chapter 3?
4.
Oh, both of them. Damn. Okay.
Yes.
How long would each one did each one go for?
8.5, and then 8.5.
Oh yeah, the same for all of them, you'd say? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The only thing we did not do is beat the super boss of chapter 3. We beat the super boss of chapter 4.
How's Deltarune going?
So Toby took a little bit of a longer time to put out these chapters because it's a 2-chapter deal. And a couple things right off the bat. Toby has a team of people now helping him make the Deltarunes. This is insanely clear right away that this is more than a one-man show. The scale and scope and variety of gameplay and narrative tricks going on eclipses the second chapter of Deltarune. Like chapter 3 and 4 are a Undertale to Deltarune jump in complexity.
Okay.
In terms of narrative stuff, the fucking plot starts now. Goofy adventures continue.
Cool.
But like there's some fucking meat on what is occurring.
Okay.
And there's plenty to dig into and piece out and obsess over and dig into the game's files and whatnot.
Okay.
Also, chapter 4 has a sequel to the Snowgrave route if you continue your chapter 2 Snowgrave route, which has now been named the Weird route.
Okay. So wait, two things. One,
what is Snowgrave?
I don't remember. Yeah.
Okay. So chapter 1 of Deltarune is horribly linear intentionally. Like it is almost mocking you in its linearity and how you can't make any decisions that matter. In chapter 2 of Deltarune, which is now 5 years old, so I'm going to talk about it a little, there is a genocide route style path you can take through it, which significantly changes the content, the bosses,
oh, right, yes,
the characters.
Yeah, I did.
It's been nicknamed Snowgrave.
Okay, yeah, I did do that. Mm-hmm.
If you continue that Snowgrave file through on to chapter 4, you get to take part in what's called the Weird route, which I guess was always Snowgrave's name internally. And pardon me, I sneezed. It's very divergent from the normal route. It is very different.
So shout outs, by the way, to Toby for putting up that little reminder page, which is like, hey, it's been years since Deltarune's chapter 1 and 2. If you need a quick reminder on how the act and forgiveness system worked and stuff, this is how it works. This is how the action and the characters do stuff. You know, that was really good to just read through and go like, oh yeah, I remember. When you're done
on top of that, sorry.
No, you just talked about like going through the files earlier, and I'm like, what about if you're on like a Switch version or something like that?
Well, digging through the files to find hidden dialogue from characters that may or may not technically exist is for the PC players only.
Yeah, okay.
There is even at least one interaction in the game where if you manually edit the game's files to disable its own profanity filter, there is a cutscene available for you to bypass the fact that you tried to bypass the profanity filter.
Toby, man. Damn. Okay. Did you switch platforms or did you continue your save?
No, we stayed on PC.
Okay.
The Deltarune 3 and 4 is incredible. It's fantastic. It is it hits like a much wider variety of emotional beats than Undertale did. In particular, to those of you who have finished it, there's like a little story that one of the characters tells you about playing a piano that is it hits really, 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 really hard. It's the kind of thing where it makes me it makes me sad, because it's one of those very painful like childhood memories, and you look at the writing of it and you're like, nobody can write this unless they know what they're talking about.
Through it. Yeah.
And it makes me like sad for Toby, because like the things were not super great, I guess, because like there's a lot of like real emotion in this.
There's there's certain, sometimes you work certain works that you exudes heavily. Berserk, you feel like Miura went through some shit in order to get that out of him, you know? Yeah.
I mean, I think the all-time most famous for weeaboos is the world's greatest story about how I didn't really get along with my dad, called Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Sure.
I've never in my life seen a story that was so obviously about how the writer did not get along with their dad as a child. Because holy fucking shit, dude.
Okay, so
and was awkward with girls also.
Now this is a weird thing where these different routes existing, you know, obviously makes being divergent as well makes anyone that wants to play and complete things curious. Undertale obviously played with the notion of trying to be a completionist gamer, and each run was part of an overall canon that connects, right?
Yeah, the weird route is doing okay. For how do I talk around this? All right, I know how to talk around it.
Okay.
Wooly, do you remember the ending of chapter 1 of Deltarune?
Yes.
The stinger to the stinger. Chapter 1 with the bird cage. That idea is expanded on massively in a bunch of really, really, really interesting ways in terms of controls, mechanics, and narrative, in ways that are also different between the two routes.
Okay. I guess all I'm wondering is, it like, do you even go do the run and then jump back in to see what an alternate version might look like? Or is it like, yo,
what you do is
your
PC
file save
1
and then jump over to your Switch or something? And
no, you use save file 1 for normal good ass shit, and use save file 3 for goofy weirdo nonsense.
Pick a different slot and call it there. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
So what Paige and I are gonna do is I'm gonna scrape every file off this PC, and I'm going to go back and do chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4 again, because one, I missed the chapter 3 super boss, and we continued to chapter 4. We just didn't have time. And also there's some interactions, there's some egg-based secrets, there's some scenes, there's some dialogue choices that we want to have that like pristine fucking perfect, you know, file for going into chapter 5. And also I want to have all them cleared out so I can have a nice clean save file number 3 for Snowgrave and weird shit, and what would probably continue onwards.
So the only other thing I'm wondering there is, there's a way for you to start 3 and 4 without any previous save, and it just lets you do
it just defaults to the normal happy-go-lucky normie Deltarune.
You don't get to Mass Effect choose anything quickly.
No, you do not
through that run. Okay. Cool. That's exciting.
There's a lot going on with it. It is much. So the morning that me and Paige took the baby to the park, and he was playing in the park, and we were sitting around going like, man, what the fuck took Toby so long? Like, it's a Deltarune. It's like a fucking Super Nintendo game. What could, you know? I know him and his team are working super hard, but like, well, and then we went home and played it, and we're like, oh, okay.
Are there any
shit looks like it took a while.
Are there any new feelings that arise having played this back to back with Clair Obscur?
No.
Okay.
It's pretty fantastic. And parry skills do not transfer over into bullet hell skills. Oh, I'll say the difficulty gradient of chapter 3 and 4 of Deltarune, despite the fact that they're like they're new games, it's like a new game on Steam and you buy it, blah blah blah. is Deltarune is being built on the assumption that one day it is built for the player that sits down to play chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 over the course of a month. Because we're loading into chapter 3 and 4 of Deltarune, it assumes that you fucking beat Spanton and Jevil fucking last week.
Fresh.
It is a very, very serious upgrade in mechanical difficulty.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I think that like the releasing the game piecemeal according to what you can do as a team and you know such is I'm like that. I support that. That's great. You know, sometimes if it takes you time to get the next piece out, then so be it, right? And in the end, it'll all be one piece. But having these predictable length pieces, you know, as adults certainly for us helps to know. Okay. I'm going to sit down for the next 8 hours, right? I
not
really,
when there's 2 in a row. That was rough. That was brutal.
But I do like this idea. And then we're gonna go into 6 and then into 7, and then we know that'll be the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right.
One thing I will note. I think we talked about last week. I was like, hey, can Toby make a game that full screen borderless windows itself like a normal video game? And you were like, no, Toby wants the title of the...
You got to be able to mess with the window for narrative purposes.
Hey, guess what?
Yeah.
Full screen in Deltarune now gives you a standard proper borderless windowed mode that works perfectly.
How about that? Okay.
And here's my favorite part. And then I found out that Toby and the gang didn't do that. That is a game maker engine upgrade that happened like a month ago, totally unrelated.
It's just the platform.
It's just the engine that they're using. Decided to include that.
That's great.
That's like the one point that I will say, boo, Toby, bad. The demo saves used a different prefix as the main game. So a huge amount of people went to go load their saves, and Deltarune Chapter 3 on Steam, which is a different app, was like, well, you don't have any save games. And people had to either rename their save games from the demo or transfer them directly into the folder. Or what I had to do was I had to go back to Chapter 1 and 2 and reload the old saves, which looked like they had disappeared. So they got the new prefix. Like basically...
The demo for 3...
The demo for 1 and 2, which is what all used to exist only, right?
But they're free.
You were supposed to be able to transfer your saves into 3 and 4.
Sorry, I'm confused by the word demo because they're free games.
Okay, well, they're labeled as demo. Chapter 1 and 2 have been demos of Deltarune this whole time.
Okay. I just thought of them as
no. Toby says, "Hey, you guys want to try the Deltarune demo? It's Chapter 1." And it's been like that for 7 years.
Okay. All right.
So that was the shareware, whatever.
Right.
The save file transfer shit sucked and was busted for tons of people, and a huge amount of people just said fuck it and just deleted the demo and just replayed the whole fucking thing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Damn shit. Okay. Fuck. I hope I could go find mine. All right.
It was extra frustrating because me and Paige replayed Deltarune on this PC specifically to avoid this problem, because the demo didn't have cloud saves. Now it has cloud saves. Now it's a regular normal Steam game for $32.99.
But if you have your saves, you just have to rename them and you can solve the
or
problem.
Transfer them or reload. I don't fucking know, man. I fixed it.
Okay.
I fixed it. Very good game, very interesting. Me and Paige will definitely be streaming the Snowgrave and Weird Roots at some point during this next year. The game ends with the year of release of the next chapter.
Oh, they tell you when. Okay.
Like the final post-credits stinger is it is coming in this year.
Okay.
And it is not 5 years from now.
Okay.
Good game. Very good game.
Yeah. Every other question I would have is something I'm like, no, let's just find out. So cool. Okay. Here's one.
Ask your questions. Yeah. I'll dance around if I need to.
Okay. Is there a new Megalovania in town?
The song or the encounter?
Is there a new, like, that is going to be the song?
No.
Okay.
No, it's generally excellent, but there's no track that's like, oh shit.
Okay.
The music is just excellent overall.
Because there's those moments where you hit those and you're like, because like any way you might feel bad about that genocide run, you hear the music and you're like, nah, but I don't feel that bad though. Listen to this track.
I will help you with the I will say that the other half of your question that is unspoken is that Deltarune, one of the chapter super bosses, is the first thing in the game to approach that level of dedication. It's the only one I didn't beat.
Okay.
And it's like I'm going to need to sit down and get some coffee and fucking grind it out, because it is the kind of encounter that I went at it and I'm like, you must be joking that you are asking this of me, which is a very familiar feeling.
This is
for those of us who went through Undertale Genocide.
Yes, they know who they're talking to and what you might have already accomplished based on that exact criteria. Your resume says this is what you've done, and you're like, okay, cool, good. We've prepared a dish for you. I'm assuming so. Yeah.
There was a real like, oh, fuck off. Nah, man, you fuck you. And the game's like, nah, fuck you.
Well, it's I'm thinking of moments where you're playing and you go, okay, this is a cinematic bullshit thing, and then it's not. Whenever that happens in a game where you're like, yeah, I get it. You lose on purpose, and then, wait, what do you mean that's a real game over? That is always a fucking great thing in an RPG. Yeah, so, let's see it. Let's see where they go with this one. Cool. All right.
I also played a bunch of the Lies of P DLC, Lies of P Overture.
Available now.
So it would have been it's a shame that leaked out the morning of. That Xbox screwed up and put up a trailer or whatever.
Whole lot of leaky faucets out there these days.
A lot of leaky faucets. So you did not play Lies of P, yes?
No, not yet.
Okay, so Lies of P is fantastic. It is the best non-From Software Souls game by a country mile.
I don't know, man. I saw a trailer for Mortal Shell 2.
Okay, that Mortal Shell 2 trailer looked like all right, but then at the end you're like, oh, Mortal Shell, and that was pretty.
Hey, it has. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
It's got some fun stuff.
Lies of P Overture it's the old Hunters. That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
It is accessible from chapter 9 of 12. So about the 70% mark of Lies of P, you can just go to the DLC. It is an outrageous increase in difficulty. It is crazy how much harder it is than the base game. It has tons of cool new weapons, cool enemies, great bosses, etc. Not much to say. It is a really fantastic, super hard bonus DLC if you want to keep going in Lies of P. I will say two things. One, they have mitigated the New Game Plus problem for these DLCs, because the DLC is difficult enough that if you're going in at New Game Plus 1 or 2, they have added a normal and easy mode to the game.
I was about to ask if there's some
to turn on.
Yeah.
If you're rolling in on like New Game Plus and you're just like, oh, I'm fucking smoked.
Yeah.
It's not that much easier. It's just numerical.
Okay.
But it can help take the edge off.
Is it not? It's not an actual difficulty setting. It's like an item or something like that. It's like
it's a difficulty setting.
Oh, setting. Okay.
Yeah, straight up. When you load up the game and you go hit continue, they go, what difficulty do you want to play on? And you can change it at any time.
So if you're playing in New Game Plus and you go into that...
Oh no, you could also just use it on your regular New Game. Like I'm playing on regular New Game and I didn't turn it down, but like if I turned it down to like medium, it would be as hard as the final level in the game. Like,
is it also Souls-like in the sense that you could do New Game Plus and have these like...
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so you can walk into a ridiculous already
people are saying
level.
Like I'm going to the DLC at New Game Plus 5 and enemies are killing me in like a hit and a half.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
One thing, the second major boss in chapter 2. Okay. So Lies of P base game had the best multi-enemy fight in Souls history. It was a fight against an enemy group called the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, and you are fighting, was it 3 or 4? So I think it's like 4 people simultaneously. 4 human-sized people simultaneously.
Okay.
And it is incredible.
Like the watch.
It is fantastic.
Okay.
There are no problems in that boss fight.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because you are fighting a primary like fighter, and then they call in the other members as assists. And then the person does like one string and jumps away. And then when the person you're fighting gets to like a low health, they'll tag in. And now you're fighting a different boss.
Oh, cool. Okay. Fun.
It is a great fucking fight. It is fucking fantastic.
So we did obviously see, FromSoft's, like, they have their annoying ad bosses, and then they have the, like, we're figuring it out with the fucking Sentinels.
Yeah.
And then you
god awful fight.
Right?
That is terrible.
You get that type of shit. But then then you get your watchers, right? Later on, where you're like, oh, that's cool. That works out. But it's a different thing entirely. In this case, it stays 1v1.
Yeah, primarily.
Okay.
It'll go to 2v1 for like 10-15 seconds, and then they'll be like, haha, and they'll jump back out, right? And the DLC Overture has another duo fight. It's 2v1, and it is without a question the best 2v1 boss fight in like action game history. It is absolutely unbelievable.
Damn.
It is
unqualified.
It is the only 2v1 boss fight I have ever played in which, despite you're using the Dark Souls style lock-on camera, never had a problem knowing exactly where both of them were. I never had trouble figuring out who was attacking, from where, how to defend. It is incredible, and it's really simple. It is a fight against a human opponent that is piloting a puppet, so it is like fighting a stand battle. But there's a gigantic blue string going from her hand to the puppet.
Hey, that's good.
And when she attacks or when it switches to her as the main fighter, the strand glows blue. And when it switches to the puppet as the main fighter, the strand glows red.
Okay.
So you're fighting either of them, and you see the strand glow a different color, and you switch your lock on.
Astral chain, yeah.
And now you're fighting the other one.
Cool.
And you're trying to do damage to the pilot, but then turns red, and all of a sudden you have to switch directions because the puppet is flying around and attacking you.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
It is fighting the main character from Astral Chain, basically.
Yeah. I mean, look,
and it's awesome.
We affectionately remember Ornstein and Smough at this point, and the rite of passage that has become, but also standing next to that broken pillar and using it to jank out the collision.
The thing about Ornstein and Smough that like you have to look back on is like Ornstein and Smough are slow as fuck.
And you're
like, that's a long goddamn time ago. That's almost 15 years ago.
But you're learning to pan the camera in such a way to keep them
right
in your sights and stuff. But yeah, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, no, Lies of P Overture, so far so good. It is great.
No, I mean, so I really, everything I hear about it is so fantastic and really cool sounding, and I really want to jump in. I just am looking at this like, I don't want, like, I can jump in by myself on my own time off screen, but I'm like, I think this would be cool to play on stream at some point, So
you're completely right. It was very cool to play on stream.
I'm kind of just waiting for that possibility of sorts, but because if I,
it is excellent.
Yeah.
The vibes aren't quite as immaculate as Bloodborne, but it also uses a better control scheme and runs at 4K at 120 FPS and has a million quality of life features, such as running on your computer. So, like, the game parts of Lies of P are much better than Bloodborne, and it is like just a little bit behind it in terms of vibe.
Okay.
It is excellent. It is excellent.
Although it's on consoles too, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
But like, I mean, everything runs great compared to fucking Bloodborne, man. Bloodborne's like chugging, man.
Point, you know. Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. And then
that is.
And when was the sequel coming?
The sequel to Lies of P?
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck knows?
Oh, did I not? Okay, they announced Overture. I thought there was also a Lies of P2 that got confirmed at some point. Maybe.
Okay, the ending of Lies of P tells you they're going to make a fucking sequel.
But it wasn't a confirmed thing.
The ending of Lies of P looks you in your fucking eyeball and goes, hey, what if we did a fucking sequel? Right? Yeah, no, the DLC was the only thing that's confirmed.
Okay, yeah, all right, cool.
What else? Yeah, that was it for Pat. Aside from, I would like to let you guys know about the child's new favorite word, which I accidentally taught him, and it has become a hilarious staple.
Let's go.
Too bad.
Oh no. Oh, too bad. Yeah.
He wanted more milk.
Yeah.
And I was like, you can't have more milk. Oh. And he was like, oh, you know, he flapped his arms, like, right, and stomped his foot a little bit. I'm like, sorry, buddy, that's too bad. And then he looked at me, and I saw the fucking neuron connect in his eye, and then he went, too bad, and just runs around now saying it. And whenever I'm like, don't do that, he'll be like, too bad.
Yeah, yep. That's a weapon. 100%. Oh no.
Dude, it's so cute.
And I'm specifically thinking of it in the Deltarune way too, like sliding off camera. Too bad.
Absolutely, 100%.
God, what was it? Earthbound, you know, like, hey, oh, I heard you too, like, oh, like, because my favorite food and that was like souvlaki, and it's like, oh, I heard you want some souvlaki too, Porky. Well, too bad. None for you. Oh, that's great. Nice.
Oh, and you know what? This is a very tiny detail because I don't think we'll talk about it again, but I played a little bit of Elena, and I think she's a great character in Street Fighter 6. And like what we're talking about earlier, I was like, man, I am so much better at Street Fighter 6 than I ever was at Third Strike, because I loaded up with Elena and like in training mode waiting for a match. I was like, and I did drive rush into low short, jab, rhino kick. And I'm like, oh, okay, that works. That's what's and I'm like, dude, I remember I literally never got a hang of doing shorts into jabs in Third Strike, even though they're really important. They're really, 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 really fucking important. I was never able to do it.
So I had this exact moment, and I had it this week too, because like not long ago we talked about Third Strike, where I was like, oh my god, only the best players in the world can do these Kara grabs and amazing Makoto combos. I could never. And then you do them and you go, oh my god, like I am that good now. I actually can do them. And so
now, granted, there is an input buffer that helps.
There is, right? But playing Capcom versus SNK 2 roll canceling, where you have to input the two lights and then you do a roll and then immediately do a move afterwards, felt so hard to do as a kid. It's impossible. Only the best in the world can do this consistently. And now I'm like, oh, I can get this one every couple tries. I'm there, you know, but you just the difference between then and now is insane. Yeah. You're absolutely on that level. And not only that, but like, again, the thought of at least getting familiar with it on stick or on controller and so on. Like I've played enough now that I can do things within short windows of time, but I was never thinking about fighting games in that way back in the past, you know? You created this super high tower in the sky that was not at all that unachievable. Yeah. It's a really funny feeling to look back and see.
This week, if you want to go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt, I'm back to normal hours on Thursday, though that might change, actually. I might have to move things around. But Friday, I'm definitely going to be streaming to Wolves, Reggie, Gene, and hopefully Paige. And the rest of the things is going to be some Street Fighter. It's going to be some Lies of P.
Can't believe you bought that fucking camera.
Do you know why I bought that camera?
Yeah, so you can fucking force your way into some shit.
Yeah, but also so I could beat Welcome Tour.
Oh, what? You need it?
Yeah, you do. You literally need it to get everything in Welcome Tour.
Oh my god, I bought Welcome Tour and I didn't. God damn it. Okay. Fuck. Well.
Also, straight up, like, hey, do you want to hear the dumbest conceivable situation? Do you know what the easiest way is going to be for me to video conference with my mom and dad and my sister and my nephew?
To get on
is going to be have my nephew hook up the Switch too. And do game chat.
Getting Discord.
You want to teach my dad how to use fucking Discord, man?
Well, okay, so for the old folks in my family, it's just FaceTime or WhatsApp video messaging.
That ship sailed 55 million years ago in my house.
They don't have
No, I need the teenager to set that up for them.
Yeah, my mom figured out the FaceTime and WhatsApp video button. So, you know, that'll do. And to be perfectly honest, what you're describing, there is a bit here where it's like, okay, if you have a generally West Indian family or a lot of I
don't have that.
Oh yeah, a lot of folks from a lot of families from not North America are hyper fluent in WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So you're describing a very specific issue for a specific group. You know, we're out WhatsApp is out here heavy lifting a bunch of countries up, you know. It is how it is. But sure. All around the world chiming in. There we go. All right. Let's take some words from our sponsors.
Our beloved sponsor.
Yeah. All right. This week, the podcast is sponsored by, let me make sure I got this all lined up. You're taking a minute, are you? Boot.dev. Shout-outs to Boot.dev.
Friend of the show, Boot.dev.
Thank you very much. This is a really cool platform that is all about helping you learn programming if you're interested in getting into that as a future career. If you want to learn it to work on your own projects, if you want to make your own games, you want to make your own sites, you want to, or just, you know, get into a you know, pretty solid paying job. You know, the stats that we get is that according to Stack Overflow, the median salary for back-end developers in the US last year was over $100,000. So that's a pretty
not bad.
Decent you know, way to go for if you're getting into programming. But the process of learning programming is very difficult. It can take a lot of time, and if you're like us and your brain is a little bit fried, the gamification process is kind of super important and necessary to like really retain information. Reading through a textbook was always difficult. It's possibly gotten harder than ever for you if, you know, you've gotten used to short form swipe content that needs to keep those neurons activated. And you know, one of the best ways you can do it is with a huge site that is set up to teach you coding in a RPG gamified process. So you can learn Python, you can learn Go, JavaScript, you can take Git courses, Linux courses, memory management in C, SQL databases. You know, there's all kinds that you can learn from as you go through it. And yeah, it's all set up so that you can check out, you progress, you gain XP, you level up, you gain achievements, you complete quests, you get into these fights and you take on bosses, and you complete on a global leaderboard as well as you progress through each quest and learn how to code to beat each challenge. There's also like seasonal kind of like raid boss style things each with a story going on as well that you all contribute, do some damage to try to take it out together. So yeah, it's incredibly detailed. And, you know, they've got a Discord community full of real people to help you out if you ever get stuck. They've got a detailed curriculum. You have around 12 months or so you're talking about to get through everything. The, you know, step to learning how to code is not a get-rich-quick scheme. So you want to make sure you're going in properly in depth and in theory and in practice, and they've got all that set up. But if you are, someone who's like a student right now and you can't necessarily afford it, you can check out every course on the site for free right off the bat. There's a preview for all of the lessons. You can read and watch in guest mode, and then paid membership unlocks the interactive features like hands-on coding, progress tracking, and some of the game mechanics and so on as well. So be sure to check them out. That's a particularly cool way to have some fun, learn what you want, and then the outcomes are you can get a good-ass job or you can make your own games, which I think is rad as hell. So check them out over at boot.dev. In particular, go to boot.dev. You can try out the courses for free and then use our code CastleSuperBeast, and you'll get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. So one more time, that's boot.dev, and you can try out the courses for free and then use the code CastleSuperBeast to get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. Thank you, boot.dev.
Thanks, boot.dev.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon, and that is the call to get the wires out of your life and get into the summer with some everyday earbuds. You want to get quality listening around you, and you don't want to have annoying wires tripping you up. You don't
see this wire I got? I hate it.
Terrible.
Don't like it.
You want something comfortable.
I resent its inclusion in my life.
You also want to have, earbuds with a good battery life, and 32-hour battery life is pretty good for that. Lasts a long time. Multi-point connectivity lets you pair with two devices at once, so you can switch as you need to between your phone and any other device you're connected to. And they've got a quick charge function on them as well, so if you're like me and you like to keep things charged up, it's nice to know that in just 10 minutes you can get 90 minutes of battery from charging. So that is super handy. They've got active noise cancellation, a crucial feature that becomes more crucial by the day. And finding that at an accessible price point can sometimes be difficult. So they've got all those features and all that quality, starting at just half the price of other premium audio brands as well. So I pop in my blue ones, and they're perfect for getting a sweat going when I'm boxing, and they don't fall out, which is nice because that's always been an issue. And for a long time, I've not liked the buds that would slip out a little bit too easily, but thankfully these are secure in place and perfect for that type of activity. So go to buyraycon.com/superbeast. Get 15% off Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Right now, they're offering 50% off their best-selling everyday earbuds. Just go to buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
This week on the podcast, your armpits are sponsored by terrible odor, and that's a problem.
Oh man, come on!
You should do something about that. The worst is if you...
Should I grind rocks into it?
I mean, God forbid you don't notice and somebody else has to tell you. Just die.
That is way worse. That is a genuine nightmare.
A full, you have died a death. A full stock, a 1-up has been removed from your life. If someone has to tell you that. So no, it's sponsored by Mando. Actually, the one of the
farming, bro. Those are stink lines.
That's the bad kind of aura. Do not T-pose. You're not asserting dominance. You're asserting other things. It's bad. The deal is that you can get a lot of sweat going in a lot of places, but armpits are not the only one. I can tell you, as a bigger gentleman with some extra folds that need to be dealt with from time to time. You got to be extra conscientious about where you...
Talking about your gunch?
The gunch is there. Everywhere the sun does not shine. Everywhere the light does not touch.
Are we gunch minimizing?
Right. Everywhere that Mufasa warned you about, can develop an odor. And it's very important to make sure that you can apply proper care to those places. And yeah, that's where Mando comes in handy. In particular, the ability to not just use it under the arm, but to you get the deodorant plus sweat control solid stick. Gives you double protection. You can make sure you smell good. You don't have to worry about sweat stains or pit stains or any of that. It's dangerous to take on the summer without clinical strength. Not typical deodorant. So, the sweat control is 2 times better at controlling sweat than standard deodorants. Can help contain odor for 72 hours after just 12 underarm sweat is reduced by 92%. So the stuff works. In particular as well, like there's not just those products. They've got the liquid deodorant as well that you can just apply as you need to different areas. Sometimes you got it needs to be fluid, right? So get yourself ready for the summer with the Mando deodorant plus sweat control solid stick. Get your sweat control to the next level. Don't wait to be told. God forbid. Don't take that damage. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. Comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. So special offer for our listeners. If you're a new customer, you can get 20% off site-wide with the exclusive code BEAST at shopmando.com for 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. So that's shopmando.com. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Mando's got you covered with deodorant plus sweat control. Say goodbye to sweat stains and hello to long-lasting freshness. You're going to get 20% off site-wide with the code BEAST at shopmando.com, plus free shipping. Thank you, Mando.
Thanks, Mando.
And last but not least, this week, the podcast is sponsored by Rocket Money. And that is a crucial thing these days when you are signing up for a lot of services online and you are oftentimes losing track of what you've subscribed to, what you're paying for each month, where your money's going, and what you're spending it on. If you don't have, it's not just for being lazy, it's just actively becoming more and more of a background thought process over time. And
economics has been designed to trick you. So it happens.
You want to get on top of where your money is going and what's happening each month. And Rocket Money is basically all about making sure that you can quickly find all of the regular subscription services that you might have forgotten about, anything that you're paying for twice and you didn't realize. They keep track of all of that. They let you know what's going on. They can cancel subscriptions for you as well if there's a particularly time-consuming or confusing cancellation process for any services. They can simplify that and take care of that as well. And if there's anything you're subscribed to that increases in subscription price and you didn't know about it, it'll give you an alert to tell you that that's going on as well. So pretty useful because, there's just so much of that piling up these days. And it's big, more and more things that you used to kind of go in and manually swipe or so are just kind of automated at this point. When I took a look and I connected it, I saw a bunch of stuff that I was like, I do not recognize this charge. I don't even recognize this company. What is going on? And it was very, simple to just take a look overall at where that was going. They can also, help you monitor what your savings, and you're basically looking to keep track of, whatever your expenditures are as you're tightening up on expenses. I think it's, surprising how much you can save if you just go to things that you're not necessarily aware of and, cut back on them as opposed to, what you are thinking about actively, right? Stuff, and we're talking about at this point, like it's connecting to my PayPal and taking a look. There's stuff that's been around for like years that's just been sitting there. So overall, there's over 5 million users that have saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions. And members have saved up to $740 a year using the app's premium features. So yeah, check them out and see if that can be useful for you. So cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/superbeast today. That's rocketmoney.com/superbeast. One more time, rocketmoney.com/superbeast. Thank you, Rocket Money.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
Okay, you get to roll?
No, it's time to piss.
All right, let's piss. Then we roll.
Also, before we go, shout out to the dumbass in chat who typed in the phrase "enter the Guncheon," which
not bad.
Just killed my ass during the middle of that ad read.
Not bad. It is a Guncheon. This is true.
All right, time for piss. Piss slop.
Be right back.
Before we start, Wooly, I would like to say that you don't get, I genuinely mean this, there's no irony or sarcasm. You don't get enough credit for the weeks in which we do this stupid nonsense, and then you just pull out with whatever fucking massive list of nonsense we have to go through topic by topic. I did it like once. It's hard.
There's a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's quite a few things, and to be perfectly honest, the shows that took place, aside from that, there were other things. I don't know that
dude,
they're as,
there was an entire day of shows that I didn't cover.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I should have phrased it slightly differently than I phrased it, because someone was like, Pat, are you going to cover like women-led games or Latin American games? And I just went, I don't give a shit about that.
Cozy games.
And
you don't care. You don't give a shit about women-led.
Like, and I like, you say it, and then immediately in your stomach, you're like,
what the fuck, dude?
Just it.
No. Yeah, clip it. There you go. Mm-hmm. Run with that. What are you, an executive at Ubisoft?
Oh, wah. Do a handstand.
Wah.
All right.
Look, it's an old story. We've covered a million versions of it. All there is to say is that, hey, look, as the Ubisoft, we always talk about them, and then there's always at some point where we go, oh yeah, you just make sure you don't get fucking groped or harassed or some other crazy shit.
They're doing bad in their court case right now. And then that's the news.
Exactly. And at some point it's just like, every time, and you're like, yeah, you just review the story, and then you hear, you're like, oh yeah, to recap, people getting tied to chairs, woman forced to do handstands, people getting their faces farted in. It's
just not appropriate workplace. Behavior. Not okay to do.
A million levels of
don't do it.
Sexual harassments levels 1 through 9, all of the above. So
I think one of the things that really elevates a sexual harassment trial like this is when parts of it are like just harassment. Do you know, like,
isolated,
where it's oh, there's like there doesn't even appear to be a sexual angle here, other than the fact that the people doing it are just massive pieces of shit.
Yeah. So we always kind of do this as well, and because we've been talking about it for a while, and we kind of have this ongoing, like, one long ridiculous story in our brains over the years. It is easy to kind of forget some people are hearing it for the first time, and enough people are typing all caps "what." So real quick, just Ubisoft is in the same lawsuit they've had for a while now, where
Ubisoft bad.
A bunch of execs are being sued for sexual harassment of staff and leaving a woman terrified and a bunch of other shit in French court. And they just kind of summed up the highlights of the stuff that went on over the course of the hearings. And they talk about women being tied to chairs, forced to do handstands, subjected to comments about their bodies, sexist, homophobic jokes, drawing penises and sticking them to computers, farting in people's faces, scribbling on them with pens, shoulder massages that were unasked for out of nowhere, playing porn.
That's a classic.
Playing porn out in the office, in the open, cracking whips near people's heads. What are you supposed to like?
Some real fucking stupid shit.
Telling people you're going to straighten them out by taking them next door and giving them a proper, sex fucking, what do you fucking, what is there to say?
That was such a good way to phrase that. I think that actually really added something to it.
Yes, a proper sex fucking. Yes, that's it.
Well, because it's like the sex fucking.
That's kind of what I was thinking. And I'm also combining with the shit that happened in the office I worked at, so anyways, all that it goes on and on. You can go take a look at the Guardian article about it and see what the fuck is going on. But you know, it's crazy shit when we talk about the sexual harassment at Ubisoft. And then there's the personal stuff from people that told me directly about shit that went on.
It's crazy.
You know, and all the like Catholic Church level of like, okay, well, we'll just pick them up and put them on this department instead.
What if we sent them to Singapore?
So, you know, just so you know, that's happening at the same time. All right. What else happened? I hope you didn't buy a Switch and get your receipt stapled to the box.
Unbelievable.
The absolute stupidity of this story. That is.
Though I got to tell you, there is a real silver lining to that story, which is like it was so fucking stupid and so outrageous that it got picked up by like real ass fucking news websites.
Mm-hmm.
Which means like, because like you'd go to a GameStop and some dipshit would fuck on your disc or whatever, and what's your recourse? Is it nothing?
Yeah, and because
right, like
yeah, and with each console launch, I would say a lot of news sites are primed to find out that like, oh, dead pixels are shipping in 1 out of 10, you know, or something is fucked up about it right out of the gates. And in this case, it's like, no, it's GameStop and or Best Buys that are stapling the receipt through the box, and the screen is so close to the surface of the box, and because of the way it's packed, that they're putting scratches 2 points right into the fucking thing. And so people are getting their damage.
I'm going to give a 1% wag of my finger to Nintendo. What the fuck? Why is the screen so close to the fucking exterior of the box? That's actually strange.
I mean, or have it face down or something, you know. I mean, admittedly, you can do better than that for sure. But don't staple into my product, asshole.
Don't staple it into the box at all.
Fuck off. Don't destroy my shit. Well, you know, like, what if you're somebody that's like...
GameStop today said they were going to send out replacements to everybody who got fucked on.
Yeah, and like I did see people saying that like certain locations in the day were like, oh yeah, our bad, sorry, you know. But what a dumb fucking reason to just... Yeah. Anyway, I like the whole, like, I guess having it on the box to prove that this was a purchased one or whatever. Like, can you not fucking tape it? Can you not, you know? Anyway.
Put it in the bag. Why do you have to staple it at all? Just put it in the fucking bag.
Shit's dumb.
Dumbass.
Okie doke. So we've got the State of Play, we've got the Xbox Games Showcase, and then we've got the Summer Games Festival.
You know what? Hey, you know what? Let's just not talk about the PC gaming show at all.
Sounds good. I didn't. Okay. It was not included there.
Great, I noticed. All right, let's do Sony State of Play, which, by the way, was like by far the best one to watch. Like, not even close. Like, night and day difference.
So, State of Play went down, and yeah, there were a bunch of things that popped up there. I'm not sure, like, what you care about more than others besides the obvious ones, but
I care about some things.
Astrobot controller, cool. I was wondering if that would happen. Hey, they're making the actual controller. Yeah,
that's cool. Astrobot's a cool thing.
Yep, Baby Steps is coming along. Looks like it's gonna be funny.
Demo out of that now.
And I'm like, the dialogue in it almost sounds like Flight of the Conchords is recording it.
I don't like that the gross ginger pajama man shares so much of my body type proportions. That's too close to me. I don't like it.
I mean, he's pretty bottom heavy, but you know, I think it's not that bad. Bloodstained, the Scarlet Engagement, looks like,
I gotta tell you, man,
full co-op on that.
Asshole. I felt like such an asshole because I was 100% certain that was a Castlevania game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, it looks like Bloodstain. I guess they're going to do Bloodstain.
Jonathan
and then
Charlotte?
The name Bloodstain came up, and I was like,
oh, you see. Yeah, okay. You saw them. Okay, yeah. I mean, so after Mercury Steam, there's no Castlevania full-on 2D that's been like, yay, right?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
Where's Castlevania Dread? That's what
Castlevania Dread.
That's what Mercury Steam took from me.
Inside of Vampire Survivors.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Okay, so yeah. There's. I mean, hey, shout outs to co-op shit happening again though.
Oh yeah, and also Bloodstain did have a patch that fixed the last fucked up patch that they put out, so that's nice.
Oh, something happened?
Yeah, a while ago.
Okay. There was Cairn. Not much to say on that. Digimon Story, Time Stranger.
Cool.
Digimon continues to be a franchise, and
there was a nice little dialogue in that trailer that was like, "What? You don't know anything about the Digiverse? Person who's never played a Digimon game in their life?"
I think that it's like cool that they're doing their own thing, and that exists, and it's not a franchise that's in the like Pokemon comparison realm, kind of thing. It's like it's clearly its own bit that's doing well, and they got games and coming and regular sequels and series coming out of that, so that's dope. Okay, Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles.
So this is so first of all, it's by Creative Business Unit 3, which is the FF14 gang and the FF16 gang.
I saw that logo.
So as soon as I saw that logo, I'm like, ooh. This is an FFT remaster / remake that we have known about forever, like crazy forever. And I kept wondering, like, hey, why is it taking so long to? Oh, this is so much more ambitious than I thought it was going to be.
Okay, so over the years, right? As someone who I admittedly I played, I started Tactics. I never got super far in. It kind of stopped, and then I restarted again. And then there was the re-release. There was the PSP version. And
there's never been a definitive version of Final Fantasy Tactics.
And then Tactics Advance, I put some more time into when I was carrying that in my pocket on the go on the bus.
Yeah.
But over the years, everyone has always told me that this is basically, so a lot of people have said that this is their favorite, right? It's
my favorite Final Fantasy.
A lot of people, I remember people pointing out particularly like, yeah, I'll pick Tactics over 7, for example, back in the day.
I would play Tactics over 7 right now.
And there's always been a caveat with like, it's never been a perfect release. There's always been something to it, right?
Oh, every version of the game is fucked up. Every single even the original.
And every time you hear about the details where you're like, oh, the artwork here is like, doing cool new things, or they're respecting this or that. I'm looking at this going, now that looks cool. Can anyone who knows this game inside out tell me what's wrong? Is there any problem with it so far? Oh, no.
I can.
Oh, no. Oh, what's happening? Pat.
They're using AI upscaling on some of the 2D assets.
Can you turn it off?
No. So that's the same thing that's happening with Front Mission 3. If you look at the portraits, you can really eyeball it. But is this a deal breaker? Hold on. I see somebody who already in the chat goes not buying. I am not talking about generative AI. I'm talking about AI upscaling, which is the same thing that Wooly used in the FF9 Moguri mod, for example, and I used in the Resident Evil 2 and 3 pre-rendered background upgrades.
The thing SNK uses on their sprites when they do these re-releases of classic KOF, and it just blurs them up.
It is a way to clean up old assets. Now, it's stupid as fuck.
It doesn't look great.
I know for a fact that with Bravely Default and this, that they fucking have the old assets. They literally have them. They just did this because it's faster. That being said, there's 2 versions of the game you can play. You can play super classic, like it's a PlayStation 1 game with the old translation, or you can play the new version that has story changes, gameplay changes, and it has some filtering on it. Personally, I'm actually really happy with the way the new version of the game looks. There's some minor artifacting on some of the portraits, but overall they've cleaned it up a little, but it still maintains that PlayStation 1 look. It's not smeared out to Vaseline like a bunch of SNK games were back on the PS2.
So the original AI upscaling was that 94 reboot style, like, oof, this is just making it look worse, right? And I thought they had come to a pretty perfect solution with the pixel remasters, at least when I played like FF6 and stuff, where it was like we went back to the original pixel artist and they made new sprites that fit into the integrity of what it used to look like, but with modern tech, we can do much more with them and make them look amazing. And I thought that's kind of that was the solution to this type of game.
So what you want, when you buy the Final Fantasy Tactics remaster, which is crazy that they're calling it a remaster because it's much more ambitious. You have two options. One of which is the PlayStation 1 version of the game with the PSP translation, which is the version that you would recommend people to mod. Like you would recommend people to mod the PSP translation into the PlayStation 1 ROM and run it on a PlayStation 1 emulator. That's the way you would recommend it.
Okay. Yeah, I remember when the PSP version came out, you know, back in the day with there was always caveats to like this but that and that but that, you know.
So that is like the former peak.
Great.
Or you can play the new version, which is cleaned up, and it says they have gameplay changes as well as new scenes and scenarios. So more.
So does War of the Lions
and full voice acting for the whole fucking game?
That's huge.
No minor AI upscaling flaw on a portrait is going to compare to the fact that they have full fucking voice acting for the entire game.
Yeah. Okay. That's humongous. Do you know if the translation applies to the War of the Lions original included version as well?
The translation or the voice acting?
The translation.
The translation on both is the War of the Lions version.
Okay.
The good
translation. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's not like...
And Ben Starr is there also.
Oh, he's everywhere.
Ben Starr will be playing Dice of Dark, which is great. That's a great role for him.
That motherfucker is everywhere. God damn. Okay.
Also, they have a bunch of FF14 actors playing characters in Final Fantasy Tactics, including, I think, one who already played an FF Tactics character in FF14.
Okay. Well, because of the Ivalice
the raid, stuff. Yeah.
So... is it just a vibe that like if there's a Final Fantasy project that gets announced, like Ben Starr will kick a door down and just fucking hijack the mic and start
even
talking?
Games that are inspired by Final Fantasy, like fucking Claire Obscure, he's there.
Incredible. That's fun stuff. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, this has been one of those that I'm like, okay, give me the dirt on it, you know, what's going to be the issue, and I hope you can turn that off at the very least, you know. Nothing wrong with some old sprites these days if they're crisp enough.
You're gonna end up, no matter what, you're gonna end up playing the new version because it has the voice acting and the new scenes and the gameplay rebalances and yada yada yada. We're like I eyeballed the portraits myself. It is minor. Like I know everyone would prefer, and it is better to have the old proper artwork scanned in correctly. Like that is obvious and clear.
Or get them.
But we are talking about like to see like this kind of thing and be like, oh, whatever. With all of this other shit is so fucking ridiculous. And it is getting more and more frustrating when I see people in the chat going, oh, I hate AI shit. I'm like, it is so generative AI, aka the plagiarism machine, is not the same as something like DLSS or AI upscaling for images. But render background. These are completely different technologies that have similar names.
But I've been hating on both for a while. I've been hating on the sprite blur effect that re-releases of games get because I don't like that look, you know. And going into like some of these old Capcom collections, for example, I'm like turning that shit off aggressively everywhere. Especially when, again, Pixel Remaster, they went back and they got the pixel artist, you know. You could do that again. There's nothing stopping you guys, you know. But at least, again, just at the bare minimum, have an option, right? Don't force it is the hope. So there you go. That's a big
they have the two versions. If you're a purist, you can always go play the purist version, which is definitely what people have been asking for. And then the enhanced version is way more than anyone was asking for.
Okay, so they also showed off Ghost of Yote. So
cool.
Yep, coming along. Yeah, I'm down. You know, let's see what's up with that. Hirogami, I think it was that kind of colorful platformer with the paper. Whatchamacallit, origami folding theme. We got to see the IO 007 project, and
We got to see it 35 fucking times over this weekend, but not a single iota of gameplay.
I mean, as much as IO is like the right studio for a Bond game, it makes perfect sense given the Hitman, series and everything. That face is so Nathan Drake-ish.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Yeah, and I was like, that's not a Bond vibe.
He looks like James Bond Jr., man.
Yeah, he does. He really does, So I was like, that seems a little off, but let's see. In the meantime, Le Chiffre and hanging out with age 47. So IO's doing their thing. Luminous Arise. What if we made Tetris?
Yo, Luminous!
What if Tetris Effect, except we did it to the other puzzle games, though?
The game that invented what if your puzzle game looked like a music video and had just fucking chill ass vibes.
And Tetsuya Mizuguchi, like Tetsuya and Mizuguchi and Hans are all like, yeah, fuck it. We know what we are. We grab some dance music and some EDM and we put some laser lights on top your puzzle game and
make the blocks pretty.
Go. That's it. That's all. Done. That's a job that can last a century. Just going back to great puzzle games and making them fucking rave-ified, Yeah, good stuff. And then you got Marvel Tokon. I'm going Tokon. I got.
So how long is it going to take for? You know what? I'm so stupid. I could type this in, Marvel Tokon. Give me an image. No one has photoshopped the characters smoking fat blunts yet. I am so disappointed.
Give it a second. It's coming. Okay. So this, do you care for a short little?
Absolutely. Let's go. I've been waiting to talk about this for days.
Okay. Well, I have stopped watching a lot of these award shows, as for the most part, the negative vibes of what goes up and feels bad when you're mostly watching it going.
Most shows I don't give a fuck about any of these things. Willy.
Yeah, right. So that's kind of the deal. So we were also playing Expedition 33 at the time. And I was like, yeah, let me play this fucking amazing game. And Reggie was locked in. We were having a great time with it. So what happens is you get that announcement that like, oh, shit's popping off during the award show. Something else is happening. And this has happened before too. I forgot what the other time, this occurred was with a different trailer. But for the most part, that's...
I remember us talking about this, but I don't remember what it was.
But so that's it. So we're just kind of doing that. And then whenever that kind of pops up and I see something's going on, we're like, okay, cool. And the thought is, I'll check this out afterwards or so. I'm not going to switch the show over right now and drop everything I'm doing because I cared about being focused on the thing. And I know that I guess being a proper Twitch React streamer means like jumping into the award show the whole time and stuff. But I enjoy staying focused on the thing we're on as we go about it. That's just my general.
Just stream 10 times more often.
That is a solution. But all that to say that so getting to the end of the stream, we had already heard about what was the game was and that it was happening, and I had gotten proper messages, everyone let me know and everything. Yeah. So going into it, we pop it up and take a look, and instead of the holy shit, I'm watching this at the same time as everyone else and saw it and didn't see it coming out of nowhere, we got the, oh yes, it's what we've been told the whole day.
It's a wildly different context.
It is. And so we end up being like, oh shit, cool, look at that, right? And that ends up being what we watch, and that goes up. And then folks that are going through, like, Max is screaming and Sajam is screaming, Tasty Steve's, and then they go over to see what the Marvel screaming hype man has to say.
Even I had a nice Hog, just
and then instead
mouth open for Ghost,
and instead you get that, right? And so then confusion occurs, and you go, why isn't Marvel Hype Man super excited about crazy fighting game thing that looks amazing and showing that same level of energy? You're supposed to be the guy that's doing the thing, and instead you seem to be disappointed and hate it, and then you're looking for something to go, what could possibly explain it? And then you go, at the end he talks about Capcom versus Capcom, therefore he must hate all this because he actually just cares only about Capcom. And then a bunch of people,
are you a hater?
And so a bunch of people then do the thing, you know? And I to that, I guess it's a bummer, because I guess this is the sickest looking, hypest fighting game fucking thing that has probably ever happened. Arc Sys is continuing to make the peak of what is incredible visually, that like no one else can really catch up with. With Dragon Ball they did it, this is on that level as well. But when you're getting the we already know about it and we're going, oh yeah, okay, after the full streaming, you know, day reaction to things, it just doesn't look or sound or feel the same as somebody going through it with everybody live during the show, right? So all this to say that, like, we kind of go and see everybody that is posting about it, like giving us a ton of shit over the way we reacted and not popping off enough, etc. And, you know, that's a bummer. We both get pretty collectively bummed about the vibe shift there, because it's like, this is an amazing looking thing, but the energy has become associated with it to the point where this entire time now, as we've been going through the discussion, people are basically waiting to shit on me about, like, oh, you fucking capcuck, etc. But the game is incredible looking. The context of that is what it was, you know.
Can I jump in on here for a second? Because this became like large enough that like I ended up talking about this scenario during the Lies of P stream I did like 2 days ago. So first of all, I want to say I don't know what planet this comes from, because like, Wooly, you are not a born hater. You're not a born hater. You're one of those like reasonable people, or at least you try to be reasonable. I'm a fucking born hater. I was fucking hating on things coming out the womb, and seeing people shit on you for hating, and I'm like, ooh, I'm excited. And then I go watched it, and I'm like, this is fucking. I wanted hate. I wanted like tantrum. I wanted like baby shit. But then the other thing was that I was like, I don't know why anyone's ever gonna like bother trying to bust your balls in the interim prior to the podcast, because like that's my literal job is to bust your balls over shit like this.
But like, what you got
and
was
now you didn't even throw a tantrum. Like, what am I supposed to bust your fucking balls over?
You got us at 9 p.m. after we already knew what was coming, watching a thing and going, oh shit, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool, you know. And that's kind of it. That's kind of it. But I think I think it's especially without that, when you're kind of looking for, and you're assuming that everybody's watching the show live and you're looking for that excitement, and you don't see it here on the Screaming Marvel guy, then you go, well, something must be wrong, right? That seems to be the conclusion, I think, for the most part.
And 3, I gotta say, it really showcases like an absolutely insane difference in our personalities, because I had a very similar thread about me, because I rolled my eyes and didn't give a shit about Code Vein and a bunch of other anime games that had been shown off at one of these things. And there was a big old thread that was like, man, Pat's chat are so negative. Oh, they keep calling everything flop and they don't give a fuck. It was highly similar. And instead of being like, oh, bummer, the next show that I loaded up, I went on this like completely insane tirade about how everyone on the subreddit's pussy bleeds too much and how they need to just nut up and play their goon games and shut the fuck up. And then after I finished the stream, the Xbox one, there was a fucking thread calling Crybaby Pussy thread as per Pat's request. As
per the court,
because I wasn't excited for fucking Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Right. And you know, and like, it's the kind of thing where, so this has happened before, where I've ignored an award show or a trailer show, watched the thing after the stream, and then it went up and it was not as excited a reaction for a thing that people wanted, and people went, why is he so bummed out and low energy energy and got mad at me for it. And I forgot what
Where's
it was.
My hype slop?
But it was yeah, it was a thing, right? And no, and I just like the conclusion, because like what Reggie and I were just talking about, we're just like, this fucking sucks because this thing is super cool, and that association is lame. But there's a takeaway that is like, it would be so much easier if I just fucking faked it. If I just completely,
wait a second.
If I just went off and went,
were you
oh, it's going down! It's going down! That's fucking crazy, bro!
Wait a second,
it's now! It's now! Like, if we just faked it, it would be so much easier.
2007 era YouTube star who plays jump scare games they find off of Steam, and then Pog in Tears and Fear in the thumbnail.
That is free money in the bank.
Because that was free money. That, you know what the funniest thing about Shitstorm was? Is Shitstorm was this really incredible breakdown of why that entire cottage industry was complete nonsense. Because Matt and I played like over 8 or 9 years, we played like 150 fucking spooky games of various levels of quality and spookiness. And so here's the thing, I'm a massive fucking pussy when it comes to scary games. Like, I'm easily startled. I'm a fucking bitch. And you could watch from Shitstorm 1 to whatever as the same exact type of scares would just hit less and less and less and less and less. And by the time we get to the fucking last Shitstorm that we did, there's like, oh yeah, he's in the bathroom. Oh, bathroom. Like there's only so much you can fucking bring out of your fucking heart.
And like, ironically, like, all bit fucking aside, if I was watching live and it wasn't 9 p.m., I probably would have absolutely popped. We absolutely would have had all that. But I just feel that for my own sanity, that is the jackpot on a roll of losses across every one of these shows. That is like, you never know when that magic moment's gonna happen, and it would be cool if we knew, but because you got to go through hours of fucking whatever, and
we've both taken the opposite solutions. My solution is gotta watch every single one every single time.
Yeah, I guess that is a solution.
And do you know what makes me think about that is the Nier Automata reveal at the Square Enix thing
with Liam,
when Liam lost his goddamn mind.
I remember that.
The only one that we didn't cover for that entire period.
I remember that moment too. And like, yeah, that was a moment of like, yo, that was a huge thing, and that could have that was a lost moment, 100%, right? I guess it's just like the net positive of like capturing those moments for the games we care about the most. Like Devil May Cry 5 is incredible. That was such a cool thing to capture, right? I that's not lost on me. But like, what doesn't necessarily translate, I suppose, on and off stream.
Oh, is the 95% of the shit that you don't give a goddamn fuck about, and then somebody puts, why do they even like video games?
And
it seems like they hate them.
The death that I feel after hours of all of that just negativity being, it sucks. It makes me feel bad. I don't enjoy it.
You do your watch flop.
It makes me fucking enjoy this job less. And I'm like, I don't want to subject myself to that. I want to care about the things I do. So that's my defense against the dark arts.
All right. So we've decided I'm going to keep watching all of them, and you will start faking it.
That'll do. That'll do.
The decision.
Just start faking. Yeah. Start faking it. Fake it till you make it is super important. Look, this thing. So here's the other funny part too, is that there was a leak list from some time ago with a bunch of shit on it that sounded impossible, but on that list was the return of Ingrid. So
it was there.
So I guess it wasn't that insane after all, right? And all this to say that like, this fucking looks like the best looking fighting game shit
it is
ever. It looks unbelievably hype. It's super sick.
It looks like a fantasy of what a fighting game would be for us.
And they knew what to show and how to show it, and they knew to do a little, like, there's a launcher, there's an air combo, there's a mix-up.
Supreme confidence.
Right? There's and everyone's screaming in Japanese as well, and the art is like everything, the themes, it's like doing it.
So yeah, let's break this down.
Arc System
Marvel
Works
Tokon is a Arc System Works 4v4 tag game that is overtly Japanese and has your Marvel characters designed. It looks like it's the Hiroaka guy.
Yes, that's the I see those connections, yeah.
But they are explicitly designed, acted, etc., as if they were like Sentai or Kamen Riders.
Right.
And it is just like it's.
So there's been like
oh my god! I talked about Marvel Rivals for weeks because I was like, man, that Chinese anime shit on Marvel characters is the fucking best.
It works really well, and I think they can see that. Back in the day, the Marvel Mangaverse was a thing where a lot of this kind of, what if we reimagine them in you know, a much more Japanese aesthetic, you know, from years ago, and they're like leaning as heavy as possible into that, which strikes me as it's that same instinct that says like, hey, Arxis, that, as they said in the description, you guys do what you do really well. Don't try to do our thing. Do your thing. Do your thing the best you can do it, you know? And they did. They completely, like, yeah, better than Mangaverse did, for sure. They're like leaning into the things that they put into their Guilty Gear, you know, work, and the things they put into Dragon Ball, and being like, you know, faithful with the, clearly there's a roster that needs to show off like the face of Marvel, but like also with enough originality to the design that you're like, oh, yo, fuck, it's fucking Doom. Doom looks sick. He sounds sick. He's doing crazy shit.
But also like, hey, here's Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel. So let's, hey, you know what? Let's just throw it out there right now. Stretchy character, the hardest possible design in 3D, right
Make
there,
it look
base
good.
roster.
Yep. The craziest part about that leak list I was mentioning is that like it's mentioned ArcSys Marvel game and Marvel 4 still existing, which is crazy. Yeah. I'm like, why? Right? You know,
it feels like someone got confused.
This clearly is the future of Marvel hyper fighting. There does not need to be any sort of Marvel 4 whatever.
Also 4v4, like I'm looking at this, I'm like, all right. We like, I thought 3v3 was like the theoretical upper maximum for a human being's fucking like attention span, and they're like, no, one more, and then they show clips of all 8 fucking characters on screen doing assists simultaneously.
Psychotic.
I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But here's the part that like I immediately so what I mentioned, I'm like, you and a couple other people who have not like clicked as hard on the like tag versus games.
Yeah, but I know how to play an Arc System Works game.
Yes. But like I've heard from many people that like too much going on screen with too many assist characters is hard to follow, and I get confused and it's too fast, so I don't get into those games as much. It's much easier to follow 2 characters moving slower. And so I go leaning all the way in to say fuck you, the whole gang is on screen at once is so like, yeah, I guess you keep up or die. You know, like,
and then they're like, listen, Pat.
Yeah, true.
Guy who has trouble maintaining multiple sets of characters at the same time. What if you just played one character with 3 assists, like you were playing that version of Skullgirls that Pat would play with Big Band?
Oh, or you, it's called King of Fighters 2001.
Yes.
Believe it or not. Yeah, yes. you could pick one character and 3 assists and just ignore them.
Guess what? That's what I'm going to fucking play for like a while
and
on this fucking game.
Simplifies the amount that a player has to learn, and it allows them to just keep it simple and just go like, okay, I'm going to stick with the one character. However,
and I saw Ruffelmonger talking about it, and it's like, oh, how would that system work? Oh, really easily. It's a 1 life bar game.
Yep. And the soul,
when you tag in, you literally see the Tokon soul going from the old character to the new character.
The fighting soul moves from one to another. Exactly. So you just keep the soul in one character the whole time, and they all have,
means, hey,
life bar.
Does that mean if I hit a bread and butter, like the generic ass bread and butter 1, 2, 3 into a super on 4 characters, that's the end. That's just the end of the fucking match right there.
I don't know how many touches it's gonna take to kill you. I don't know. You can keep getting demolished, you know? But the only thing is, while that solves your problem with like keeping it simple with one character, not getting overwhelmed with the amount on in your cans,
but my opponent,
you still have to block this mix-up, son. This dude left right is coming for your ass, and you better get motivated, white boy, because I don't care if you're tagging or not. You're gonna get fucking mixed, then schmixed.
Of character 1 dusting into character 2 aerial into a ground bounce with characters 3 and 4 on both sides of the ground bounce.
Like, make no mistake, like Skullgirls, you can just play a single character, but your opponent will be doing crazy shit and filling the screen up, and you better know how to block, you know? So that's the deal, is like, all right, trade-offs.
No, I won't.
I refuse. I will. No. At the moment someone tags out, I'm quitting. Yeah. I know. I think it's a very interesting solution there, and I also imagine that like, you know, the way that you have that slowdown and the soul transfers over is like, okay, this is the most visible you've seen a character switch happen, you know, like sometimes
that's the important one. Hit that one now.
Yeah, you know, like old Marvel games, they jump in and you see the little arrow and you're going right in 2XKO. You get the little handshake, you know, but this, it's like no, there's 8 people standing on screen doing crazy shit from Iron Man into Star-Lord. Go right. So yeah, that's incredible. They also are like doing it. The other thing too is it's an Arc Sys game, but you see those launchers and stuff and you're like, they're doing Arc Sys, not Guilty Gear full on. There's the transitions as they go from stage to stage and area to area, but you're seeing some of those Dragon Ball style air combos as well, full on Marvel style combos, you know, like they're taking enough cues clearly from the Marvel versus Capcom bones of these characters and gonna go their own way with it. Showing off that like you're gonna see 8 characters every match. Jesus Christ. We talk about how a 1v1 fighter allows you to get used to characters at a slower pace. 3v3, you see 6 every time. Hunter x Hunter has that issue because you're going to start seeing those characters too often. 2XKO, same thing. And then yes, the big bit is they're revealing in one match more characters than the entire 2XKO amount. That's a problem.
I would like to say, in an ideal world, I would like to say that I don't want to build something up by necessarily putting something else down. And the reason I would say I would like to say that is that I fucking love doing that.
Yes.
Like that 2XKO, what the fuck are you doing? What the shit?
Now that being
said, this looks so stupid.
I will say that I feel the like there's whatever. There's warranted like clear fucking like this should be a bigger roster over the amount of time this game has been made for sure. It's
they're gonna show problem. 8 characters in one day. You know the roster's gonna be more than fucking 10.
I feel like there's. I don't think I'm seeing people that are like, you're dead on arrival. Fuck that, it's over. I disagree with that. I don't think so.
I would like to say that 2X K-ooked and 2X K over are really fucking funny.
I just whatever you can make work. I think the free is probably going to be a pretty good thing for that game.
Is enticing.
I think that's a pretty good thing for that game. And I also think that like they have the ability to get a move on, start getting these characters out there and filling out that roster, you know, because
you're completely right. However, the free is incredibly appealing. Mm-hmm. However, is it quite as appealing as Iron Man saying, do you want to learn how to do a fucking infinite in Japanese?
And this is where we get to it is cool to have things. As an enjoyer of things, it's cool that things exist, you know? there's I would say like 2XKO definitely and Marvel Tokon are in the like higher budget looking tag fighter realm, and then we get to the lower looking like Hunter, Nenpact, and we'll get to Invincible Versus as well, and completing this era.
We sure will.
This era of tag slop, you know. But one thing is clear is that in the absence of Marvel vs. Capcom, a bunch of people all had the same idea, which is, yo, I could fucking fill that
fucking
space.
Throne is empty.
Yeah, we can get inside that space, and they did, you know. And more than anything, don't leave Arxis an unattended throne for too long. They'll fucking go for it.
Okay, Odysseus, he's never coming home. Okay, I don't give a shit. I can fucking shoot this bullshit through those fucking axe handles. Watch me go. I got Iron Man to help me.
Yeah. So that's it. I think the momentum of just like the game looking, sounding, being, and just having everything incredible about it right out the gates, from reveal to like there's no question mark about any aspect of it yet so far, right? Like if, you know, for some reason, like I can't, I don't know what it would be, right? Maybe there's something where it's like, oh, wait, those 8 characters are 8 of 12, and then it takes a really long time for more to come, or so who knows what the future holds. But this is how you fucking reveal a game and like immediately, you know, take the throne, so to speak. I think as well that, you know, as I mentioned in that when I was watching it, it's like, okay, cool. Capcom doesn't need to do anything with this anymore. You can go off and make your own game, you know? Anyway, I feel like Capcom versus Capcom. I'm like, if bringing that up ever again at this point is probably just a fucking. It's now it's a fucking, you know, a negative. So it's like whatever. There's no point even revisiting at this point. But
also, I think Street Fighter is like almost become Capcom versus Capcom.
In terms of getting guest characters in.
SNK now.
In terms of getting characters in, right? But you know, we still like a bunch of these. We still want to be able to be like, hey, put these Devil May Cry characters in a game. Hey, you know, Gene from God Hand. It'd be fun to exist.
Can I say something wildly controversial as somebody who does not actually really like Marvel Comics?
Mm-hmm.
I would take Kamen Rider Captain America over like most of the Capcom roster.
Sick.
Like but that's because I love Kamen Rider.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with Captain America.
I mean, and the fact that they're also giving it the like anime over the top edge is a particularly fun flavor for us ginormous weeaboo assholes. Like, also, there's no pretending that like seeing Kamala Khan in anime girl format with that like chibi face and eyes and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that looks way better than a weird Injustice realistic version of her would have looked. Also, you know,
I would like to say that fucking Dr. Doom's super being he pulls out a pistol and fucking shoots you. It's like the fucking
right,
best, dude.
My name is Star Lord. Remember it?
So fucking normal and low stakes.
Dude, I mean the memes at this point where we've already got the footage overlapped with cutting into the suit so that Iron Man can go, Jarvis, how many times has he blocked this mix-up? You know, I've got it's like 0 out of the last 4, sir. Okay, add a 4th vector to it. We're gonna go overhead, and we're still gonna go. We're gonna go 4-way mix-up, crouching low, crouching short. Okay, do it again. You know, it's great. Like Jarvis is giving him frame data or whatever. It absolutely writes itself. We have the momentum, and what needs to happen, as we've seen in all these cases, is like, great, keep a roster going with a lot of fun picks that folks want to see behind it. Get some fun picks in there too, but the key to any tag fighter, any tag slop, is going to be the size of that roster, right?
We saw it with Dragon Ball. They came out swinging with a massive Dragon Ball roster, and granted, Dragon Ball characters fairly similar. Right? Dragon Ball characters kind of, a lot of them do the similar things.
Perhaps 1 or 2 Gokus.
However, since this has like Sony backing, this game is bleeding money out its pores. It looks so fucking unbelievable and immaculate, and it got the biggest push from the state of play, I foresee at least 20 to start.
Yeah, I hope, because ArcSys has clearly got the chops. They just need the ability and the free strip of road to run as far as possible with it. If they're feeding out the characters to them the way Rivals is going, and they can look at Rivals.
Nothing. Come on.
No. Okay. Not that pace, because fighting games don't release characters at that pace. But to say there is a regular stream of characters showing up every couple months. There's a regular amount of cosmetics and costumes and fun stuff going on with the game. Everyone's seeing this, and it's fresh and it's brand new and it's got all that hype behind it. If they keep that feeling going as well, like, this is awesome. This absolutely also, can, take, as we said, take that throne and fucking hold it.
Before we even talk about, like, the size of the roster. Mm-hmm. The roster they decided to show off for their trailer of 8 is crazy strong. It is a really fucking good first line on the character select.
You've got the faces of Marvel. You've got the X-Men are important too. And we've got the Marvel versus Capcom characters that people remember and love and think are cool.
Foot Dive.
But also because Foot Dive is coming to the movie theater soon. Right? Don't forget. There's a tie-in there too. Right?
We have the single most popular character in the world that has ever been, Spider-Man.
And look, I don't know how many people went to go see the Marvels, but yeah, Kamala Khan can be the freak pick. That's fine.
Well, yeah, but also it's not the movie version. It's the one everyone wanted.
She's out there stretching and having fun. Absolutely. The hope is that, they do the thing that the artists did back in the day, flipping through the characters and going, all right, so, when you have, the Infinite days where they're like, you have to push the movie things, fuck that. Before that, in the Marvel versus Capcom days where they're like, what the fuck, capes, Shuma Gorath, ooh,
that's a weird one. Who's in this fucking trailer, by the way?
There's little background.
Shuma Gorath's part of the stage.
There's homages, yeah, right. There's a bunch of little cameo things that people are like catching, right? And so in that interview, when they said, yeah, we're gonna have the faces of the company, we're gonna have characters that are in there for like they've never been playable before, and then we're gonna have some just variety picks for fun, and I'm like, great, that's what you want to do. If a season has 5 characters in them, 2 of them being like flagships, 2 of them being, beloved B tier, and then C being why Howard the Duck, then I think you have a decent recipe as well. But I think to not feel the problems people have felt with roster stuff on these games, I'm gonna say they gotta start with like 20. With 4 characters,
20 is the bare minimum.
With 4 characters a piece per team each game, and how quickly we're gonna get used to seeing them, they gotta start with minimum 20. Yeah.
Hey, listen. Hey, do you hear? Hey, if you had a tag game, you should probably have fucking minimum 20 characters. Can you? No.
I hope so. And hopefully they don't hit too samey. But anyway,
actually, I'm actually going to change what I'm saying. I think the minimum I think it needs to be divisible by 8. I think it has to be
okay.
24.
Okay. You're yeah. However many are on screen multiplied by a particular number, right? Okay, I see you. But yeah.
So 2x KO, like the bare minimum I would have expected ever, would have been 12. Right? Yeah, you know what? I agree with people in chat. No Thor. Beta Ray Bill instead.
Just get the fucking horse out there.
Yeah, and have an alternate costume for him be Thor.
Alternate costume is actually what's her name? Jane.
Jane?
Beta Ray Bill, alt costume Jane. There we go.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Dude. That'd be fucking awesome.
Oh man, I hope they have fun with the roster for sure. But yeah, I certainly do hope that the whatever long-winded explanation for what's up add some context for anybody. But the clear, I think, like the fact that that was the last trailer of the show means they knew what they were doing, and they knew that's the fucking closer, right?
Like I'm watching this trailer while we're talking, and it's like there's like a spark in my heart, which is like Spider-Man in this fucking thing. Like, he is closer to the emissary of hell than has ever been.
And
it's like Spider-Man, the emissary of hell, is the first Kamen Rider.
Wow, he really did start. He really did start.
It's a big fucking circle.
Spider-Man started Kamen Rider. It's true. And he, instead of doing a spider sting, you know, he does a big fucking backwards slow down Spidey senses dodge, which looks awesome. So you're like, all right, this is also going to be not the move list you're used to. We're going to have some different takes on it, you know? Good shit. Yeah, Arxis, man. I mean, literally just absolutely crushing the game right now. And there are some FGC heads that are like doomers on Strive, that are kind of like down on that game, that you know don't like the direction that's gone.
Street Fighter doesn't cease to exist when Marvel vs. Capcom comes out.
But yeah, the ability for this team to now like have, you know, this be one of their flagships is super duper great for the.
I just realized it's the new Ghost Rider, Robbie.
Yes,
because he's driving a car.
Yeah, that came up in the little afterwards thing as well, I think. Yeah, man, they have that whole old Platinum Guns for Hire thing. Arxis is fully Guns for Hire.
It has become, hey, do you want a premier licensed fighting game? Go to Arc System Works.
And do you want it to look the best of the genre we're putting it in? Then yeah, we got you.
Let's just say the game fucking plays like shit and it's a piece of fuck. Right up until the second that it comes out, it's gonna show real good because it's Arc System Works, right?
Yeah.
So the marketing dickheads are gonna be like, oh, who gives a shit if it's, oh fuck, look at it, it's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is one for the fucking Steam Spy number comparison crew to start following, going like, oh, this game's how many live players on this after this many weeks? Well,
a lot, because it says Marvel on the fucking thing.
That's the hope. It's not a free to play, but
you know what I bet, dude? I bet, because this has been in the mix for a while. This trailer looks like these characters look super clean, and I bet they're working on this, and they're like, hope people still care about those Marvel characters, and then they look at what's going on with Marvel Rivals, and they just start fucking punching the air, going, fucking hit so good.
Absolutely.
Oh, we're in it.
But the important part is to recognize as well that, you know, like people that like basically fighting games would ask you for a big chunk of your time for an indeterminate period of time, and there are people that are down for that. People are, you know, and then there is a group of people that are like, I want to buy this or play this the same way I play other games, which is for a month of my attention, and then I'm planning to move on. And you got to do something to keep my attention, otherwise it's gravitating back to whatever else is going on, you know. If they're aware of that and go into this game plan, you know, keeping in mind that the drift is real, right? People, some will lock in and be like, I enjoy fucking playing this, and I'm down to just play this for a long time. But for the most part, keeping a wave of content that keeps people interested is the only way to you know, keep a wider audience interested in a fighting game after that couple of months period.
So here's the thing. You know what I think this game is going to be? I think it's going to be a 2-button fighting game.
Evil Zone? How dare you? How dare you?
No, I think it's going to be light and heavy and tag dust.
A tag for each character?
Yeah.
Seems like a waste of a button or 3.
Well, it's either tag or assist. Because remember, everybody needs an assist button.
ABC, A1, A2, A3.
But yeah, I think it's going to be closer to DBZ in terms of control than it is going to be Strive.
I could see that. I hope that I think 3 assist buttons is pretty nutty. I'm also thinking on
I think fucking 4v4 is pretty nutty.
Yeah, it is. I'm also thinking about a controller. You know, and I'm kind of wondering, like, does that work nicely on a controller? If you have, I guess you kind of force one of the assists onto the shoulders.
What they could do is like hold R1 and hit button on space to tag or assist. It'd be like assist button, assist or tag, and then like the 4th button would be like snapback.
Yeah, I think pressing like forward plus assist or back plus assist is probably going to be too specific for a lot of people. So yeah, I'm not too sure yet. We'll see. But looks fucking incredible. Also, one of the trends with some of these tag slops as we're going is the motion controls are kind of like being discarded, and I hope this keeps them. I hope this doesn't discard them. You know, they haven't done a game like that yet.
Oh no, it has motions.
Beautiful.
They describe that it has motions, but I believe it also has modern mode.
Of course, yeah, you have to.
Some equivalent.
Yeah, that's mandatory at this point for sure. Okay, we still got some more to go through, but that's fucking Tokon. Too many games sounding like Tekken out there, man. There's Tekken, there's Tokon, there's Teppen, there's Pokken.
Well, I mean, get in the fucking face of whoever invented Japanese. Like, get in their face and be like, your words sound too samey.
Well, I mean, for a fighting game, like you could go a little bit more different in the way it sounds. But Marvel Fighting Souls sounds pretty cool. I like that. All right, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. A little more of that. Cool.
That's the totality of my thoughts on it. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, it's the Ninja Gaiden is back as a series, and hey, you know, new Platinum helping out Team Ninja. Team Ninja seemed like they're doing good shit on their own, but let's see what's up. And this kind of platformer, you know, amazing sprite work looking thing as well. That's dope. Neo 3 is a pretty cool game to
hey,
drop.
They're making Neo 3 into the fucking game that I have been asking for like the whole time this series has existed.
What was specifically?
So it has much larger open levels like a Dark Souls game rather than the super linear ones that Neo games have.
Instead of the stages, open it up. Yeah. Okay.
And they have the auto equip from Stranger of Paradise.
Lovely.
The thing that I used to get through the entirety of Stranger of Paradise.
Was that character a custom character? Or was that
I believe so.
Okay, because
but I'm not sure.
I was going through kind of quickly, but I wasn't sure if if that was a, you know, Neo 2 style make your own, or if it was a you're playing as a dude. It's a custom.
But you can also do auto equip 2 different weight classes. So you can do you can be like auto equip the heaviest, most defensive shit. I don't give a fuck. Or you can be like auto equip everything up until like 50% weight.
The final version of Neo 3 in the future might become
probably going to be pretty good.
The most quality of life game in existence, surpassing,
it's possible.
I don't know, Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know. Like, I feel like it might. Just riding that train from Neo 1 all the way up in terms of just quality of life improvements, it might become the most incredible. What they do with those games. Then we saw a trailer for Pragmata, which got announced a while ago, but now a little bit more. And
that trailer weirded me the fuck out really bad.
Yeah, little girl on your shoulders as you shoot.
Well, I mean, no, what weirded me the fuck out is that looks like my child. Like a lot.
Oh.
Like a lot. Because we haven't cut his hair yet because we're emotional.
I see. Well, does your child have analytical fucking robo powers and is basically waiting to help you laser blast in a Mega Man way or Astro Boy kind of way? I don't know.
Too bad.
Too bad. Wait for the girl to say too bad. Yeah. Hey, new Capcom franchise. Cool. Let's see what's up.
Hey, you're gonna do third person shoot a gun in a Capcom game. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
They're trying. You know, hey, look, dinosaur fucking killing. Yeah, nobody gave a fuck.
No,
okay.
Shut up. Don't even talk to me.
Kunitsugami?
Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. I played a bunch of that. It's really good.
They're like Capcom's doing new IPs. Respect. Yeah. Respect the effort.
There's also Onimusha. That's not new.
Nope.
But
Miyamoto Musashi, of course. And then, hey, look, at the end, they're like, it's they was it? They didn't. It wasn't Sasaki Kojiro. It was Sasaki Ganryu. They said, which is the school style.
There's this really strange thing that happens with games that take place in a certain Japanese historical period, where they'll mention a name and people in my chat will be like, "Oh shit!" I'm like, "Aha, yeah." Blue boo. And like, I don't fucking know.
And the thing is, it's like you see that dude, and you're like, oh, that's the Musashi must have his Kojiro, and you know, you're like, he's in the trailer being all like, Musashi, being a little foppish asshole, and you're like,
he's being Gogen Dantes from fucking Onimusha 2.
But you're just like, Musashi was the asshole in real life. He showed up 3 days late with a fucking oar. He's a cheating son of a bitch. Fuck that.
Yeah, well,
don't put that on him because of the history books. You know, like Kojiro showed up for it. Musashi was all fucking, you know, like, what a dick. And no, we get to shit on his name now for Onimusha purposes. Oh, what an asshole. He's the best. Yeah, if you can't, like, if you're dead, then you suck. Game over. Losing means you shouldn't have tried. Onimusha. And then we saw, what was there? Okay, Romeo is a Dead Man. I mean, talk about the fastest ever This Is a Grasshopper game without the logo showing up.
It was really funny. It was really, really, really funny because I've been talking a lot about, like, we have a lot more games coming out from different regions of the world, right? And so, like, you'll see a game like Stellar Blade, right? And you'll be like, I bet fucking Koreans made that because that plastic lady's ass is huge. And, like, sure enough, it's the Nikkei gang, right? Or you'll be like, is this like a Chinese anime aesthetic? Or like, this feels like Western Europe, right? Or then there's like Ukrainian stuff, right? But then there's, fuck the region. Let's go down to like singular individuals. And like, we watched like fucking 10 seconds of this thing. Or like, that's a Suda 51. It's a Grasshopper game.
Seconds, dude. I mean, the dude gets his face clawed and then like he runs over and goes, I'm going to save you. And you're like, oh yeah, okay. All right, done.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, done.
Yeah, that looks like it's from the same universe as like Killer is Dead almost, you know? But I mean, it's its own wild shit, clearly. Then we saw Sea of Remnants, Silent Hill F.
Looks good.
Looks cool. Looks cool. Looks scary.
Coming out September.
Yeah, the particular bit where like she's walking past like the kind of fucked up students that are like frozen, and like they're talking to you and, you know, saying like, oh, they're jealous or so, and like I think she was like pulling the like knives out of one at some point or so, and I was like, oh, are you like helping people that are then gonna become the monsters to try to kill you? But like you're an asshole if you're an asshole if you leave them the state they're in, you know, like. Yeah, we'll see. Seems cool. Sword of the Sea. And then, yeah, Thief VR.
Cool.
In association with Eidos Montreal. Hey, how about that? Ties it tomorrow. Yeah, okay, that was Sony. But they showed Project Defiant, which is an arcade stick. And it took them.
I showed that arcade stick earlier, and I was like, "That's fucking weird." Sony doesn't put out any fucking fighting games.
Well, it took them long enough, but they bought Evo, right? Like Sony and Pokimane, or, you know, basically jumped in there. So you're like, well, yeah, it makes sense that you would do this eventually, and that's nice.
And I'm looking at the stick, and I'm like, "That's fine. I don't even play on stick anymore, right?" And then they're like, "Ooh, it's a wireless fucking stick." And I'm like, if that's a good wireless stick,
yes,
we're fucking talking now.
And so the question, and you can, wires in and out, which is, it's pretty particularly convenient. That's a game changer. The hope is when you see the little rise in the face plate, I'm hoping that you can swap buttons out and put in some parts that you want to customize, you know? I don't recognize the shape of those buttons, and if they're not Sanwa, I don't know that I want to fuck with them, you know? I've gotten pretty.
What if they're better than Sanwa?
I mean, they're not. Your alternatives are limited. You've got American style competition push buttons. If you're feeling weird and frisky, you can go with some crowns out there. But I wouldn't fuck with any. Like Horis are also out there, and they're But a lot of buttons that are like the sticks that feel good because they've got a JLF in them and Sanwa buttons. That's the deal.
Oh, so apparently Markman helped on this.
Hey,
so
excellent.
All right, so it's gonna be good.
Good.
Markman wouldn't put his fucking name on a piece of shit.
That's a great fucking cosign. The only thing now is I'm just like, Sony, you clearly like these games and you've been willing to flagship Street Fighter as a thing for the console, and like with the last time around, and again buying part of Evo and all this bit. Why the fuck do you refuse to just put a disconnect all Bluetooth devices option in the settings? I don't know why. It would take them 2 seconds in the software to do that, and they just don't.
Shut up.
That's the number one thing that could help everyone.
No, be quiet now.
In this community, but they fucking won't do it. Desync all, please. But yeah, let's see how this stick looks. Wireless is something that needed to happen a while ago for sure, because there have been wireless sticks in the past, and they've had lag and bullshit that just made it like non-starter. Okay, we have to move on. Let's go.
Got to take a quick break because the dog's hiding over by the door, which means it's piss time for him.
Big pisses. Big piss.
Piss slop 2. Come on.
Alrighty.
That dog didn't piss. He just sprinted to the house because he was actually a fat little pig, so I fed him.
Ball.
It's actually pig slop.
Okay. We drive it so hard into the ground that we break new ground and crack it open, revealing all kinds of slop that was never before seen.
Oh, slop internal?
Slop eternal, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh.
All right.
Also, I got a muffin. Oh, by the way, I canceled D&D this week, so we don't actually have the hard out we usually do.
Okay, well, my brain does, so, you know. Let's keep it going. Xbox Game Showcase. The big flagship being The Outer Worlds 2. And
there's spent a lot of time on it.
There's something kind of weird tonally. I'm sure there's a word for this, and maybe you can help me because I feel like your background and education.
Oh, well, for Obsidian, I have a little bit more understanding.
Yeah, no, there's that, but then also on a socio-political level, something about the game being like we're ribbing capitalism while expressly participating in this like very forthcoming way is right. It kind of like the Deadpool trailer kind of hit that joke a little bit before, but in this one it's like you're not Disco Elysium. Like, what are you? What's your angle here? Because the bad guy says it a bunch, and it kind of it's dissonant. It's a dissonant moment, I think, that hits in this trailer for Outer Worlds 2. I don't know. But if this game,
well, capitalism can subsume all critiques of capitalism within capitalism. It's the Squid Game situation.
Course, yes, and we
also the game costs $80.
No, we've quoted Joyce a billion times, you know, but it's like, when the criticism particularly rings especially hollow, it's just extra like.
Outer Worlds 1 had some serious issues with it wanted to be super insightful in its critique of like a political system, but that critique was that it sucked and didn't actually go into depth at all. What if it sucked even worse? It was not actually that interesting. A couple bits were really funny. Moon Man is hilarious.
Okay. The disco route, as we mentioned, is the full-on we're engaging with the material, and I don't care whether or not you've read theory. What the fuck do you know about dialectical materialism, right? And then there's
I don't know fucking shit, man. I don't know a goddamn thing.
Yeah, well, you know, there are points in history when two things that are conflicting must meet up, and the solution to that is where we move forward, and it goes on. But then there's the cyberpunk way, which is you fucking get you play chase with this like fluff words for like the bourgeoisie and taking down, you know, marching in the name of you know, freedom and equality and everything, and it turns out to just be this fucking absolute slop is the origins.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like that,
like
if we're gonna talk about like
and it becomes one of the funniest, hilarious like dress downs from
one of the core critiques of cyberpunk and disco is like, yeah, we can all sit around and fucking jerk ourselves off to theory all day and worry about the minutia of details, but dumb shits like Johnny out there are fucking doing dumb shit and doing things,
believing that,
and they don't know shit from ass.
Believing in it, yeah, it's fantastic. So you get the version over here. Yeah, you know, that's that. Oh, they showed High on Life 2.
Wow.
A Plague Tale Legacy Resonance.
Hey, rats.
There
were no rats.
There were no rats in that trailer.
That was so crazy.
There was not a single rat in that. When it said A Plague Tale, I was like, the rat story?
That is so, dude. It is so nuts. I can't think of a single game I've ever seen in which it had like a marked absence of its singular defining factor.
That was a Transformers trailer with no robots whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's baffling.
But then you see the Minotaur at the end, and you're like, what is a Minotaur if not a big rat? I don't fucking know. I don't know. That game will have rats. There will be rats in that fucking game.
We talked about the ROG Ally.
Wow, what a fucking!
Did they put
that thing's gonna cost $900 fucking dollars?
Did they put out a spec sheet?
I know.
Okay,
but I mean, you ballpark it.
I'm curious where it falls.
Beefier than a Steam Deck.
Beefier than a Steam Deck but I'm like, for the price, what are you doing? Yeah. Okay. I have I'm surprised it took this long for this game to exist, but Super Meat Boy 3D kind of does give me a little like, oh, finally we're doing it. Yeah. I really like Super Meat Boy. Blood of the Dawnwalker.
That is by former CD Projekt devs who are making a smaller scale Witcher game, but don't have the Witcher license, so it's vampires.
We do it ourselves.
I expect that game to be ambitious and massively fucked up.
Oh, all the hallmarks without the team size to run it into a better state later on. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it'll be in a better state later on for sure. But later on is a broad time period.
Ninja Gaiden 4 we touched on already. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Sure. Beast of Reincarnation. Was that the Game Freak game?
That is the Game Freak game.
Yeah.
And true to Game Freak, they showed off a trailer with this fucking frame rate going single digits. Like legitimately unbelievable. Fucking stop that.
What a strange company that I no longer recognize from its origins. You know? Oh, the Pokemon guys is just, yeah, we're not there. And to be fair, they were around before that, but still.
Dude, I thought this was Wild Hearts when I fucking started.
I really did too. I thought it was Wild Hearts. It looked a lot like Wild Hearts. Yeah. It's so wild. Sure. Go Game Freak. You know, let your Game Freak frag fly.
You do you.
You know, break out from the chains of your Pokemon oppression.
Mm-hmm. And then put them back on in 18 months.
Clockwork Revolution.
That game looks really interesting.
So I guess the aesthetic was happening right in between seeing the Outer World stuff and then what's the Russian one?
Atomic Heart.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, there's a little bit of a blur there, but I didn't spend too much time on it. Wow, what caught your interest?
Clockwork Revolution looks like what I thought Outer Worlds was going to be.
Oh, okay.
It is very much that style of game, but the trailer that they put out and the breakdown of its various systems was genuinely impressive. And more than anything, I talked a lot about, like they showed off an Outer Worlds trailer, and I was like, why the fuck in this gigantic fucking RPG where you're scrounging and talking for most of the time, do you not see any fucking dialogue prompts in the goddamn fucking trailer? It's like, it's stupid. And then sure enough, this showed off a bunch of dialogue mechanics in the trailer, and they showed off their primary hook is that you can go back and change your decisions whenever the fuck you want to and just see what the fuck it would do.
So we used to complain about like bullshot trailers that were just all lies, all pre-rendered. There's nothing here you're looking at all. You might as well
still complain about that, by the way. That's yes, still common.
But like, you might as well have just released a logo and a date, because whatever, right? Yep. And then
Elder Scrolls 6 or 7 trailer or whatever the fuck, 7 years old today.
And then we got like, okay, it's still pre-rendered, but now the camera is panning behind to make it seem like
Anthem, my dear.
And you're like, you fucking jack-offs, you assholes, right? Now I feel like there's enough trailers that take place all in engine, and it'll sometimes tell you, hey, this is all in engine. But if you don't ever get to see like a HUD at any point or anything resembling what the actual flow of play looks like, it might as well just be a pre-rendered trailer. You know, like the visual fidelity part, like we're enough generations past that where we're not like, ooh, look at the fluid and the cloth dynamics. It's like, whatever. How do you play the thing? It's a question I have a lot of the time, and there's a lot of trailers that are still kind of like, "Don't worry about it. You'll find out soon, but just look at the pretty, look at the theme, and hear the breathy vocals and call it a day." You know,
the Clockwork Revolution trailer has like a bit that basically breaks down how you get into character creation and shows off a little bit about that, which is way more granular than I would ever expect for something like this, and it looks really interesting.
There was a pretty cool looking steampunk robot shaped golden thing.
Oh yeah, they got good puppets in that.
I was like, okay, good design. All right, there was what was there? Grounded 2.
The Obsidian apparently Grounded 1 did really well, so good for them.
Well, Chronos: The New Dawn.
I don't remember what that is.
It was the big horror survival thing, and I don't really know, but there was.
Wow, I'm looking at it. I still kind
Survive
of
the Nest.
This is the blooper. And they got the vagina helmet.
Sure.
Yeah, it's the blooper from Pussy helmet. Yeah, got it.
Elder Scrolls Online. Aphelion, the climbing game. What else? No Ghost at the Grand. Age of Mythology Retold. Mudang, 2 Hearts. I guess a Korean soldier man, like action game. Seems like.
Yeah.
Pretty visually. See what else is going on, but pretty to look at. Planet of Lana 2, Fallout 76. Solo leveling, Arise Overdrive, the 4-player co-op solo leveling game.
That's really funny.
That is, I was like, oh, is it? Then a Nemo, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4. Okay,
good, yes.
Okay, Doom Guy, sure, have fun.
That's a good pick.
Ninja Turtles. That I can't believe that didn't already happen, and I can't believe.
Also, excellent pick. Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of go. I can't believe the Ninja Turtles didn't make their own skateboarding game. You know, almost like that's a pick that should have happened back in the day. Really. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then At Fate's End. This caught my fucking attention. The 2D seemed like your 1v1 and 1 in characters. A lot of swords getting pulled out of heads and or backs places. Interesting like moments where you do an action thing and then you see a bunch of cards pop up and you pick a move. It just looked fucking sick. Spiritfarer devs, parrying going on. I don't know what I was looking at, but I threw that up on the wish list immediately. It looks dope as hell. I can't tell if it's action or turns or both, but I was very, very, I thought that looked super sick. Gears of War Reloaded.
Hey, stop re-releasing the first one and re-release the second and third one.
I mean, I like how the first thing you see in the trailer is just General Ram just going bah! like that moment is like, I'm like, yeah, that is Gears of War 1, right? It's that moment. That's the takeaway. It nowadays too, you know, do you ever go back and watch the reveals or the like trailers for things when they, you know, like years past when it's come out?
Absolutely.
So you know,
I recently went back and watched some BioShock Infinite trailers because people were making fun of it, and I've just laughed and laughed and laughed.
Isn't it interesting to go see the trailers where the first 30 seconds are meant for you to not know what you're looking at?
Yeah.
So Persona 4 Revival. Persona 4 Reslop. Can we
Reslop.
We reslop.
We're reslopping out here.
Reslop. The first bits are just moving through Inaba, but you don't know it's Inaba, and you're like, look at this classroom, look at these streets, you know, and then
well, here's the problem with that. The problem with that is that like you don't get very far into there before you recognize it. You like the floodplain is from an uncommon angle, but like once you see the classroom, you're like, I don't know that fucking classroom.
It took the piano. I heard the piano when I went you know.
I know that fucking classroom. That's where Mr. Moroka tells you that everyone in this class is a whore.
And I'll still take that over Kamoshida. So,
hey, he was trying to protect you from fellow students impugning on your dignity.
Fucking teachers in that series. Jesus.
Was that literal, sarcastic, or metaphorical?
Yes. Actually, well, no, I think I remember we talked about this, but it was like they actually overplayed their hand because it never gets worse than that first fucking castle. Like that.
Yeah, no, they actually
could have been the last boss.
Like they wanted to start strong, and then you're like, well,
you started way too strong. Like I don't give a fuck about like random.
Oh, I didn't call an ambulance.
Yeah,
is number 2, and you're like, that's. Come on, man.
All right, so PFAR Revival is coming back, and yeah, the cameras.
Hey, wasn't that trailer like the most Yuri Lowenthal made us fucking release something because this shit doesn't look ready at all?
You would expect to hear a voice or two, you know. It's just like, no, just confirming its existence. And on officially too, they put out the tweet where they're just like, yeah, hey, we're excited to let you know thing, and like, yeah, they have nothing really to show, you know, yet so far.
The leaked clip of Persona 3 Reload that came out over a year before its announcement looked more final than the real trailer we saw of Persona 4 Revival on Sunday.
Now, to be completely fair, Metaphor is insanely massive.
Yeah.
And I don't know when they started working on this, but like that game and P3 Reload dropped not too long before. They've been busy with humongous projects.
That's true.
So,
and to be fair, Persona 4 is a much, much larger project in scope than Persona 3 is. Because the TV dungeon is an order of magnitude more complex than Tartarus.
And we're building off of that to be even bigger. So this is a gargantuan undertaking off of 2 pretty humongous gargantuan undertakings that they're working on. So I'm like, they're busy over there, you know, realistically.
No, by the way, did you, I don't know if we talked about this, but have you looked at the shit for Raido Kuzunoha versus the Mysterious Armies remaster?
Not a ton.
Okay. So, this is something that just really flew over my head because they did not do a good job showing it off. So it's got full voice acting. That's cool.
Would have helped.
Right. It has all the changes from 2's battle system in 1.
Going backwards.
Also cool.
Would have helped.
But they didn't like the old backgrounds were like shitty and bad looking. So the entire game has been remade in full 3D. It's not pre-rendered. The entirety of every area is in full 3D.
So this is not a re-release.
Rotatable camera.
This is not a re-release or a remaster. This is a complete remake of the game.
Full-blown remake. They are calling a remaster here. I have time-stamped a clip to send you.
Why?
I don't know.
You should be very forthcoming about when something is a humongous remake undertaking.
Look at the shit I just sent you.
It'll fuck up the sound on the thing if I
turn your sound off.
the problem is when you click play in the thing and it doesn't.
Okay. Well, whatever.
It doesn't work. But
point being, it's in full fucking 3D.
Okay. Yeah, man.
That seems like a bigger fucking deal than I would have conceived of.
Advertise that. Tell people. That's crazy. Is it maybe is it like something where they're like, oh well, if we want to call it a remake, we would change so much more about the gameplay?
I think they have an internal definition of remake and remaster that is different from every other company.
They're like, we need new content. We need new things to.
It does have new content.
Then I guess it's just not crossing the threshold for them, you know? But yeah, if you're re-fucking making every environment and you're able to move through them in full 3D, then absolutely. Because
also, random battles don't work the same anymore. You don't get random battled and just walking through bullshit.
Because no, definitely while we were playing through 1, LPing it, everyone was saying that the game gets a lot better in 2, you know?
Much better. It's crazy. I would describe Raido 1 as the game with the single most impressive random battles of any game I've ever played.
We had a time. We had a time.
Because they're inescapable. There's literally not a single screen in the entire game you can get away from them. It's fucking crazy.
It's like overall, like it's that there's that cool element of being like, oh, you're fighting alongside your demon buddies in action, you know, instead of like the turn-based style. But yeah, I didn't get to play the improvements, so sick. Once again, sometimes I time it just right. Sometimes
other times you time it just wrong.
Just wrong, you know? Cyberpunk is coming back with more
again.
Shit. Yeah, and then they showed off Invincible Versus. Man, oh boy. That throne was vacant for too long, man.
I thought it was another Realm game because it looks stiff.
It looks like it. The way they fly and hold pose for the camera like NetherRealm Injustice style characters. You hear the fight and you see the gore.
The fight, I was like, oh, that's Injustice. I was 100% certain.
It's super weird. It's super weird because it feels very, very NetherRealm, but it's actually Double Helix.
It's actually Killer Instinct.
And they didn't advertise that in the trailer. They just said Xbox, right? They just said
weird.
It's an Xbox game, but it's the KI team from season 1. You know, and so this is something that like a number of folks have already knew about and got their hands on, and so like there's a whole system in place there. And Rip, you know, of Tekken commentary fame is battle designing it as well. The decision to like there's that part of it. There's the you're looking at kind of the action, and I'm like, okay, there's tag combos, 3v3, shit's going. Invincible is rad as hell. It's awesome. It's a game that or it's a world that I think it would suit well for a game. It didn't have to be a fighting game necessarily. It could have been a number of other genres, but there definitely are some like things that come to mind here where I go, okay, the KI team is sick and they've made fun games, and I like how things play, and I like their you know the fun of how that game turned out. Well, I mean, even though it switched hands and became Iron Galaxy afterwards and such, KI was a lot of fun. Here you're looking at a lot of characters that are they fly and or don't fly, but they kind of just punch and beat you up in a brawler kind of ways. And I think of the rest of the cast, and there's a few people that might be different, but there is a kind of 80 Gokus problem where I
think it is significantly worse than that. So I'm not big on Invincible. My main exposure to it has been TikTok clips at random. There are 5 Supermen in this trailer. So one of them's a Superwoman.
So
right, like
so,
and hold on before. So when we talk about Goku and Superman, like there's the 40 Gokus, that's true. Can Mark Invincible do a spirit bomb?
No.
Can he do anything other than fly and punch and kick?
As far as seasons 1 to 3 are concerned, no.
That seems insanely limiting for a huge proportion of your cast.
It's very worrying, right? Now, here's the other thing. There is a lot of when you go through Invincible, there are a lot of costumes that you can see Invincible wearing under different
all the alternate
under different contexts. I don't know if they're going to necessarily turn those into different completely playable characters. They could if they wanted to say, well, this one's attitude is perhaps a little different when he looks like this, but to just keep it in general, there's enough of a flying brawler issue without going into alternates per se, but once you include them, it's like oh boy, actually just like
are there like 10 characters that are just Mark?
I mean, yeah, if they wanted to, they could.
I'm talking about from a character moveset perspective.
They could do that if they wanted to. I hope they don't, but they could.
And then there's the Seth Rogen weirdo. That is also
Alan the alien
guy.
Alan the alien. Yes, there are so many different possible.
And Cat Worf.
So hoping that they don't take the multicolored ninja, multi-shoto bait type of thing from back in the day. Yeah, unique powers are not necessarily a thing that goes too heavy here. So a lot of the regular Guardians of the Globe and Team Team, and support, etc. characters are kind of just like generic, not generic, but like they're superpowered dudes and superpowered guys and gals.
Because I know that the Eve girl, she's basically Green Lantern but pink.
Yeah, she's Pink Lantern. Yeah,
and I know that the guy you see in the trailer, he can throw things that explode. And I know there's a little girl that turns into a monster. I know there's a robot.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
there's the what's her name? The
Duplicate and Multi-Paul.
That's a cool idea for a character.
And Multi-Paul is also on the table as well.
But when that's really fucking funny. That's really funny.
It's great. It's great.
But when I see clips of Invincible, it is two guys that look like Superman flying and punching each other through the audience.
Yeah. So this is where the Mauler twins can come in and be pretty original if they play together. This is where Cecil can come in and be interesting as well.
The Goggins.
The Goggins can come in and potentially be. I mean, like he's a human being, but still, like I don't know, find a way, find a fucking Lex Luthor-ish solution. This is the thing, is like it's not a death sentence for like lore from reasons, but it means that you have to be extremely creative about your move list, and you have to go extra hard to make them original. And the trailer is not showing much besides brawling super punches,
Okay, I have an idea for a character that Double Helix has. No, they didn't do that. That was Iron Galaxy that did that. Because they did season 1 of KI. These guys. Because I'm like, okay, there's a I don't know his name, but there's a black guy wearing a suit with a gigantic brain.
Oh yes,
he does portals.
Yes, he's one of the villains. Is Alster. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, point being, they should have that guy play like Garganos from KI, where he opens up portals and all those Mark dudes beat you through the portals like fists, and then you can have that entire fucking cast.
Yes.
Do that. He should have been in this trailer if they were going to do that.
They could like there are some characters that can be super fun kits for fighting games. Absolutely, right? Or even just like by limitation of kind of like there's a little kid, Invincible kind of kid that's like, him struggling to do stuff could be kind of fun in the way he hits you, and you can find
that purple kid.
Yeah, you can find ways, right? And then you can also just through sheer like size, volume, and like energy. Fucking goddamn it, Conquest is another character who's like just a big fucking brawler that can be awesome. And if you were
with his powers,
he's punching and kicking, but like the thought is,
does he fly?
He does. The thought is if you go back to kind of like almost like what Arxis did with Dragon Ball, right? Like you're like,
does he wear the same gray outfit as the rest of them?
He does.
That doesn't help, man. Yes. That part doesn't help for shit.
So what I would do if I were trying my hardest to make these characters stand out from each other, because his size stands out, but there's still all those things you just said. You would go through the panels. You'd go through the moments in the show. What's up? How you doing?
I heard you say that.
What?
It's like something, and then there is all those things that you just said.
Yes.
I don't know why, but that just really
there's every but like what
there is all that.
But essentially, like back when you were looking at the trailers for the Dragon Ball characters in DBFZ, you're like, oh, Arxis went frame by frame, panel by panel, and made sure that everything someone did was a moment that existed, right? Trunks going change the future, bam, right? All these little movements that are like, oh, they did this attack in this place in this moment.
Absolutely,
right?
100%.
So that's where you take a flying, punching Superman style Superman and go, actually, what he did was grab you more and slam you into a bunch of things. So he's a grappler. He's not actually going to be a punch kicking man, Or you find all the things that are more accurate to like, what their moves are, and you try to create some uniqueness there. But just as at a glance, when you're watching the trailer, it has costume samey brawler feeling, and that's not helping, right?
I think that having 3 characters that are flying Supermen that have nothing but punching and kicking and super strength that are wearing the same outfit was maybe a god awful start to showing that off.
Like there's an Invincible that doesn't wear goggles who has such a fucking sick attitude that I'm like down to see just like this version of a character that's just much more like battle thirsty, you know, but much more like just hungry for the fight. I you could do stuff with that, but
is there not like a version of this game that has 25 characters and it's like 12 marks and a bunch of Viltrumites and like
the worst case scenario, the worst timeline that Angstrom opens up a portal to is what you're describing, and like that's kind of the bit, and then there's another level to this where you're like, they also like the game looks fine, but it certainly is not coming off of Marvel Fighting Souls Tokon levels of that's crazy, right?
I feel really bad because I'm sure Double Helix like are working their ass off, and this is going to be a quality game, but they lost out on the Price is Right showdown take or pass. Like that is just
it happened like within days.
Unfortunate
within
timing.
Days is crazy because everyone thought they're coming for the Marvel throne, right? Everyone thought only one can really take it, but
they you know what they got? They got $2 on the fucking starting round of fucking Price is Right.
Oh, you bet $1 and someone says $2, go fuck yourself.
$2, and then crazy. You see them just you'll never see hate in someone's fucking eyes.
Oh, that's salt. Yeah,
like the motherfucker
who
bet $1 on the third turn.
And you know that, like, here's the thing: Hunter x Hunter still looks less than that, though, right? Like Hunter x Hunter looks like the most budget of all of these things coming through.
Oh, of course, because it is. It's Hunter x Hunter, man.
But what I will say is that, like, if the game is fun enough while being humble about what they're aiming for, you know, I'm hoping for good things for Double Helix, because Battle for the Grid, the Power Ranger fighting game, comes to mind. That game had a very small budget, and it is not visually impressive. It is not doing a whole lot besides having sick ass gameplay, but it's fun. It's fun as fuck, right? Clockwork got in there with the team and they just went ham and said, all we have is how fun the team fighting can be, and they did a good job with that it's been a great game ever since.
I heard good things about that Power Rangers game.
Yep. You've got a limited time, you've got a limited budget, but you've got some basics. Polish it the fuck up and make it fun to play. And so, like, if this feels like fun to play regardless, then cool. And some people that got hands-on are you know, Max and Justin folks are talking and saying that, like, yeah, that they it feels fun and that there's some good stuff going on with what Double Helix is doing. So you know, it also has like there's no motions. It's got a, you know, modern mode only kind of color button scheme. And there's combo breakers in the form of like tag interruptions and stuff. Yeah, I just think that, like, you know, the fun of the game is basically its only shot to being, you know, like, to standing out amongst all these tag games coming out, but the roster being all Supermen.
Can I
it's a dragon
on that.
It's like we made fun of
topic.
Yeah, because I was just gonna say, like, we would laugh at the Gokus, but like
we would laugh at the Gokus,
but at the end of the day, like, you know, there are
Goku's been around since like 1985 and has done many things,
but
there are many types of things the Goku can do.
But I think at the end of the day in Dragon Ball, the Goku count was in the single digits.
It was.
If we enter double digits on Invincible,
yeah,
fuck, man, fuck.
Can I
don't do it, guys.
Fighting games have come out for a while. We've been seeing fighting games in one stripe or another since 91. We're coming up on 30 years, right? No, we're past 30 years. We're coming up on 40 years of fighting games. I might be crazy. I'm not tied in, but I have played a couple of fighting games and I have talked to you about them for a while. And we're talking about Tokon and 2XKO and this and that. And it's like, I feel like at the end of the day, over and over and over, every year, every decade, like the first and last question about a new fighting game is who's in it. Mm-hmm. Almost every single time. We watched Capcom kill themselves with Street Fighter 3 going, everybody's new. Mm-hmm. And just the total violent backlash to that. And like the discussion about every single one of these games between us, but I see it elsewhere. It starts and ends with the roster. Mm-hmm.
It's
Dr. Doom is in the new fucking Marvel game. Oh shit, I love Doom.
For a ton of people, it is a toy box with some toys in it.
Okay, I don't know shit. Why are people talking about Spawn over and over?
I don't know.
What does Spawn have to do with the discussion we're having right now?
I don't know. But anyway, you need to have fun toys in that toy box, man.
Image Comics? Mm-hmm. Invincible is Image Comics.
Image Comics, yes. Spawn is from Image Comics.
He's in the comics. Spawn is in Invincible.
Oh, well then I've only watched the show. I don't know about
Okay,
that.
Well then they should fucking put Spawn in this fucking game.
That would be one way to do it.
That would do it.
Yeah. There is a not Spider-Man character that's not actually Spider-Man. Like unless some crazy shit happens beyond what I know about, there is a clearly this is our own version world of the character. Unless you guys are talking about something else, you know. But yeah, they could hypothetically do that too, you know. Okay. In the comics, it was what? All right, it was different in the comics. All right. Got it. Anyway, this looks to be one of the biggest problems with the game.
When is Riot gonna fucking give a release date to XKO with all these fucking games coming out?
Hopefully by Evo.
If I was working on 2XKO, I would want my game to come out before all of my direct competitors did after I got 10 fucking year head start.
Mm-hmm. I think the move would be to do that and to also just be like, yo, here's the characters, because there's already soft confirmations for, you know, characters that have shown up in like background sketches or screens of videos that they've panned by and stuff, you know. So there's unannounced bits, and I kind of think like the leak that happens where Capcom has all the guest where they have their full game roster come out preemptively, that actually turns out to be a good thing, where everyone's like, oh, okay, cool, we know how many we know the full group, we know everybody in advance, and it's all there. They kind of need one of those, you know.
I have an idea for 2XKO. So one of the big benefits to 2XKO is it's going to be free, right? Mm-hmm. What if they made it freer and you get a $5 gift card for League of Legends when you download it? That'll get everybody to download it. That's more free than free.
I thought you were going to say you get a premium costume after a certain amount of...
No, they pay you. They pay you in Riot Fun Bucks.
It's yeah. It's like I said, man. This is a do or die moment that they have a chance here, and it's got to be just getting that roster up to stuff. Because if the roster size doubles, right, in a fucking insane, it's never gonna happen. But I'm just saying, like, if there was a game if there was a reality where there was a much bigger roster size to this game, you know, you would be looking at this going, okay, well, it'll be free. There'll be some stuff going on, and it'll have League of Legends people like happy with their guessing which characters are going to show up kind of thing. But you know, when you and it certainly, again, it looks like the game that is most visually impressive compared to the others we're talking about. But yeah, when Marvel Tokod is around the corner and just absolutely stands to, you know, serve everything that people are hoping for with this, the only specifics you kind of have left are like, okay, League of Legends specific, you know, fans that want to see that, you know, come through. But if we don't see some news about like just like a speed up in like our characters or some sort of, you know, some sort of announcement for what's coming, it's gonna be fucking rough, man.
Bro, I have like the stupidest thought in my mind right now. I have this image of like the 2XKO character announcement waiting room with everyone screaming about Marvel Tokon outside and Invincible, and people going, "Oh man, the final character reveal for fucking 2XKO better be the fucking best character ever," and it's just fucking Talon just sitting on a bench sweating his fucking ass off. Just the single most sauceless,
oh my god,
fucking generic bitch that's ever been in fucking League of Legends.
Blade and Cape Man.
Just oh fuck, oh.
Man.
I was gonna say Garen, except we know it's not Garen. So all right.
It's so world it's so wild.
It's so world, buddy. It's so world.
It's so wild to just look at this world where you're like, okay, there's like suddenly a ton of these games, and like this one has the looks, this one has the gameplay, this
one doesn't cost any money. Does that like, oh fuck, I don't want that to be the fucking selling point. Shit, man.
And you're like, it's definitely just like, you're like, oh, this, where are we? This is strange, you know? I'm not a doomer on 2XKO, but I think I want to see it turn around.
Fine, and I'm sure it'll stick around long enough to get a larger roster. I just think it like, dude, it should be out fucking today.
Yeah,
like today.
No, it took too long. It's taken too long. 100%. I'm not doomer on the entire idea of a League of Legends based fighting game and the fun
like,
that the game is.
You love your wife, right?
But God,
you adore your wife. She's a wonderful lady, right?
She's all right.
And she's like, Wooly, I've gone to the grocery store. I've gotten gourmet shit. I'm gonna make the fucking best fucking meal ever. And she spends 9.5 hours in the kitchen and gives you like sloppy joes. You're like you're not gonna Neanderthal out, right? But you're gonna be like, really?
I mean, to be fair,
what?
I've had some fucking primo sloppy joes, but
Paige makes a mean sloppy joe.
But I get what you're getting at. Yes. And this is crucial. It's fun to doomer.
Yeah, dude. Hey, this is crucial. Hating on shit. You know, I want to push back against something. You know how people are like, oh, it's better to like lift things up than shut up. It's fucking fun as shit to tear things down. It's hilarious.
No,
hating on things makes you feel good inside.
Okay.
It sucks.
Well, I literally spent a bit of this podcast earlier describing that, like, at some point I die inside with all of the negative. Like, I rather opt out. You
gotta balance it. You gotta balance it.
We're different people. It'd be how it is, you know?
That's just too bad.
Damn. That word's gonna fucking come back to haunt.
Oh, I'm so fucked, dude. Like, I was like chasing after him. I'm like, I need to change your diaper. And he was going, too bad, and like running me ragged through the kitchen.
The thing is, I guess at the end of it though, like when I'm looking at it and going like, okay, here's the weird problem with like this tag fight, or like here's the like Hunter x Hunter with the buttons, and this with the Superman, and that with the roster, and so on. Like there is I never would have imagined like, I can't hold all these tag fighters.
And then you're gonna be like, you know what? I don't need to hold this one.
But
and
like,
one of these fucking games is gonna die a horrible fucking death in ignominy, and it's not gonna be Marvel Tokon.
It's not. The licensed fighter like caveat is sort of like this thing where a licensed game, it's like, okay, Hunter x Hunter, this could have come out back on the PS2, or it could have come out now. That will go back to wherever it came from, and maybe there'll be some other random Hunter x Hunter game. It's like, you know, there's Bleach, there's Dragon Ball, there's Shonen Jump things. Like you'll see it, whatever. It's just it's an attempt that goes onto that list more than it stands out as a like.
Hell yeah, brother! I'm gonna fight for third place. Let's go.
And now you have and then you have this. Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah. That's it. You know, as a
I won't let myself become the Blaze Blue cross tag of this generation. Huh?
But that's if the games have issues that are like when if the game is not fun to play at the end of the day, no matter which one we're talking about, that's going to be the legacy of it, right?
I am convinced that fighting game fans at some point don't care if their game is fun to play.
I like fighting games. I don't know if you know this about me, Pat.
I'm aware of that.
But I do enjoy them, and I enjoy when they exist, and I enjoy when I can go and play them, and when they're healthy and there's a lot of them going around, that is cool. Once upon a time, it wasn't always a zero-sum situation.
It wasn't like that.
You know, the one being around did not mean that the other had to die. So there can be more than one fighting game.
Well, we're in the attention economy here.
But this is what's changed. And to support something over time and to come back and be like, I'm going to get that DLC, or I'm going to keep talking about it, or whatever the case is. Yes, the attention economy has made it a different thing now, right? You're asking people to stay in your camp after that initial purchase. You know? It's a different situation, and you got to do more.
Did we even talk about the Street Fighter DLC characters?
The leaks were real.
Skip that?
No, I was still going down the Xbox list.
But wasn't that during the Sony thing?
Well, yeah, they announced Alex, Sagat, Ingrid, and
it was Xbox. It was Summer.
And Viper. Anyway, Summer Games Fest.
Those designs all look great.
It was at the it's in my list on the Summer Games Fest stuff. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I like what I'm seeing. The style is pretty sick. Again, this team knows what the fuck they're doing. So if we're jumping ahead, then I'll just say that I wish Sagat looked more different from his 5 incarnation.
Yeah, I get it.
He looks. I was kind of hoping for like a bigger change up over time. He's got these kind of rags on that kind of look a little like he did in 5, and a little bit of that like it was like one of Ryu's early prototypes as well, from 6 that they kind of went with. He looks skinny. He looks a little bit thinner. There was an angle where it looked like the scar was fading away, so some people were thinking that was lore. But if you see from other shots that no, it's still there. And he's aged, so he's got a little bit of that grizzled beard and mustache and beard and stuff. But yeah, I just kind of wanted him to look a little more different costume-wise. I do think perhaps the cloak feeling is appropriate for him, the kind of tattered warrior, vibe. But new Bison in a cloak steals that thunder a little bit.
Absolutely.
So what is left for Sagat? You see him doing tiger shots with the black and white stripes on, or the black and yellow stripes on them. So
I think that's a really cool detail.
Very cool detail for sure.
Because it's like a tiger, you see.
Yeah.
And that's crazy.
And I hope that we follow down the pathway of him basically becoming a hero. Like he's a good guy. Revenge was his deal, and he was on a quest for it. But there's these great moments of him growing over the years that I want to see them lean into. Viper just so I've seen her get photoshopped into a bunch of scenarios, one of which was like standing next to some dude I didn't recognize, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a One Piece cop. That's one of the officers, or what, with the shoulder pads and stuff. Admiral.
Oh, Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler from One Piece.
Adam Sandler, Admiral
from One Piece.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes, and I don't know what you want me to...
There's an admiral in goddamn One Piece. It looks just like Adam Sandler.
I see. Okay. So yeah, she looks like an admiral. And
yeah,
she looks sick. I really like her design from before. This is fucking great too. Good energy. And I can't wait to see what Drive Rush Fierce looks like when she has all these double taps and insane execution requirement. They're not going to do the same thing. They're going to change her up a lot.
I'm glad that Sea Viper is going down the trend of the coolest way to wear your coat is to not put your arms through the sleeves.
Shoulders, baby. It's so sick. Only badasses wear jackets over the shoulders. It's such a good look. Yeah, yeah. Fucking kanji and just you got that. It gives you that extra bulk, and it's not a cape. It's great. And then her next costume can just be she put the jacket on. Then we got Ingrid, who
looks very different.
I think that Nakayama and the Street Fighter directing team can save Ingrid. I think it can be done.
Oh, sure.
Right? You can do anything. Anything is possible. Her origins suck, and I don't like her. And I feel like she doesn't feel like
I also don't like her.
Yeah. And I've seen people coming back around going, why all the Ingrid hate?
I've seen some discourse, really, and I've engaged in some of that discourse. And I'd like to say that guy who hates negativity and hates that people hate Ingrid for no good reason, you type of guy are doing more to make people hate Ingrid than anything that anyone could ever encounter is. Because this devil's advocate, it's been 20 years, why do you still hate this fucking, get over it, is like the most polarizing shit. Oh my God.
I mean, you could just say I like Ingrid, but I guess that there's a different way to go.
No, they won't admit it. They'll never admit it. No, I just hate on negativity, man.
Well, I don't know about the whole for no reason thing, and I don't know if people are describing.
Oh, this is a Final Fantasy 13 YouTuber opinion situation where people like, nobody played Ingrid. I played Ingrid. Yeah, well, it was long. No. Your starting statement was that I hated her even though I didn't play her. I played her in both the games she was in. She sucked.
I've given my reasons many a time over the years. I think her style of combat doesn't fit into the world. It feels like it doesn't belong. It feels much more, again, it's a magical girl type of send up, but you can do that in ways that would fit better with Street Fighter. I think her design is not that interesting compared to the other, if you want schoolgirls.
I dig her design. I like her color palette, but that's it.
She's doing Athena type stuff for sure, but like you can do, there's other schoolgirls that in the rival schools and Street Fighter universes.
She looks like a KOF 11 reject character
that fit great and make more sense. And then you have the unfortunate mistranslation of her inclusion that made her seem like she was the goddess of psycho power, so that everyone was like, oh God, she's also like the strongest canonical lore character, and it's a mistranslation. It's not true, but it doesn't matter because she still is the thing behind Pandora's box, and she's the strongest canonical deity in the world. So you're like, oh, this character that we don't like, that sucks, also is like,
she's the top of Street Fighter,
the god of this universe or whatever. That sucks. And then she also was flagshipped in there's her, there was Rook, and there was DD, two other characters that looked way cooler that should have existed elsewhere. She got picked to be saved from Capcom Fighting All-Stars, so it feels bad that she was the worst of the three to pick out. And then she got debuted in a bad game, which is Capcom Fighting All-Stars, which again, like, that's the game she's
There's no reason to ever like go to bat for this character from a historical perspective other than you really like her design and maybe her moveset.
Perhaps.
But
all the other things going on just were like bad inclusion, bad use, bad game, bad alternatives, bad all of those things. And then at the at the raw basics, when I first saw her, I was just like, this doesn't fit well with this world. This doesn't seem to be the kind of thing that a Street Fighter character should look like to me.
Hold on a second. Hi, buddy. Hi. Apparently, Paige just turned on the stream and he just pointed at the screen and yelled, "Yeah! Hey, buddy. I love you."
Too bad. hey, you like old Ingrid?
Wait, no, Paige, turn the stream off. Turn the stream off right now. He'll just repeat anything we say. You can't watch the podcast anymore.
Why you still hate Ingrid? Too bad. Yeah, quick, teach him a slur.
No, I would never.
So
he's yelling too bad right now.
Yeah. In there. So I think that Ingrid can absolutely be salvaged, and we'll just have to see what they do. But her design already looks better. I hope that her moves and moveset and buttons look and are cooler. And I think I'd love it if It turned out that she was not the goddess of this world all along. She was just fucking crazy.
She's a liar. She's a liar.
And in her brain, she thought she was the goddess, but she was absolutely just hallucinating and living in her own reality and just tripping balls on magic dust.
I think that there is one specific group of Street Fighter fans that should see Ingrid on this poster and get super mad. And that is Rose and Minot fans. Cause
that's the spot. That's the slot.
Magic woman spot.
Dude,
man.
If Ingrid is a Chuny, oh my god, that would be so sick. She's a middle school fucking ADHD girl that's just like, no, I got magical powers though. Behold, power of the moon.
And she doesn't have nothing.
Oh, that'd be so sick.
That'd be good. I like that. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait. Please do. And then, hey, guess what? Fucking Kenny Omega as Alex as Kenny Omega. He's like, yep, that's my dude.
I gotta say, there's something about this reveal that makes me really sad. Like, really sad.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that Alex is the last one.
Oh, he's coming at the end. So
he's gonna be summer of 20. Oh no, winter 26. Like,
have you seen the also behind the Ingrid questionings? Right, you get the like, why Alex again? Why is Alex getting this treatment? Why is I've seen some people going like, I don't get what's so special about Alex, and it's like
he's awesome. He's great.
He's super cool. We like him. He's great. We support Alex over here. We are Alex stans. Right? Do it for Tom.
I love Alex.
Even though Tom was like, you don't have to do it. Do it for Tom anyway.
Yeah, see, that's hilarious.
Right? But beyond that, the whole like, but why though? It's like, because Alex represents Third Strike at Street Fighter 3 as the protagonist of that era. So Ryu is the protagonist of the franchise, but every series has its like main character, so to speak, right? Alex is that. Rashid is the Street Fighter 5 poster protagonist.
And he totally is, isn't he?
Abel was the poster protagonist of Street Fighter 4, but Abel fucking sucks and everybody hates him, so they're goodbye Abel. Luke,
he's been replaced by Manon, like directly.
Luke is the protagonist for Street Fighter 6. That's why he's all over. That's why he's the main thing.
And everyone hated him, but then Alex Lee started shitposting, and now we love him.
Right. So the reason for these posters characters for representing the franchise they're coming from is because that's what they are. That's the priority they get. Right. Alex represents that franchise. Right. Also, not only that does he represent the Street Fighter 3 generation, but he also is his moveset is a representation of the entire series because he has motion inputs, he has charge inputs, and 360 and grapple inputs, right? He's all of the above. He's all of Street Fighter come together in one character, which is like like what that symbolizes too is also something that's cool. So like I think that's what they're going for, and they're like, yeah, we want to bring some Street Fighter 3 in. We're bringing in Alex. That makes sense. He rules. Can Abel be saved? I don't know, but fuck.
He's Manon.
I don't.
He transitioned.
I don't.
Like, it's over.
I don't care to find out. I don't. Yeah, so, we'll see. He's coming in. But him with the jacket, cool. I've always wanted him to have the jacket. He's got the face markings going on the hat. Like, sure, buddy. Why not, man? So be it. But I've always liked him with the bomber jacket. So that's cool. And I guess, this is where I'm supposed to say, like, Makoto fans on Suicide Watch, such as myself. But, this is a fine season. Nothing wrong with that. I would actually love if we saw another Rival Schools guest. I think that would be really fun.
I mean,
next time
the
around.
The roster for Street Fighter 6 is really good. I'm a diehard Third Strike fan. I'd love to see Makoto, but like Elena just came out like 3 days ago. She's fucking awesome. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like I don't have it within my heart to legitimately complain. All I can complain all day. Like that mm-hmm. powers my shit up. But like, come on, this is a great roster.
And if I could Hail Mary, the football down the field, I would love to see.
That's what you do.
A lot of folks expect the Four Kings to make their return, and I would expect Claw Vega to make his return.
Oh, at this point? Oh yeah, absolutely.
But god damn it, how sick would it be if it was Fallen Balrog, which was the fucked up version of him in Cannon Spike that was like ugly and all disheveled and his beauty has failed him. Like Fallen Balrog from Cannon Spike coming back as Vega unhinged. He lost it. He doesn't have the sparkle anymore, you know? I would love to see some change with his character if he came back. It'd be great. Two Claws.
I've never seen this character.
Two Claws, hair all disheveled, darker.
This is just
fucked up.
Isn't this just Freeman from Garou?
Yeah, it's not too bad, not too far from Freeman actually. It is kind of just Freeman. But yeah, Two Claws, extra violent, and he couldn't handle being scarred and damaged and his beauty being taken away from him. Gothing out. Okay. So beyond that,
I would love to see Claw like look older and be having a mental breakdown about it.
It'd be great. It'd be great. Yeah. And you know, this game has not been shy about getting like, they're like, oh, let's get Cammy doing shit from the Street Fighter animated movie. You know, they're getting references in there that like nobody expected to see. So I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Pull in something interesting. Because Vega just being, you know, he's cool, but like there is not much to him beyond him hating Cammy and having that beauty obsession bit. You know, there is not a ton going on with him over the years. And Udon had some fun stuff, but like I would love to see a big departure for him because, you know, the characters either like you like Sagat has his arc, Balrog fucking finds Ed and has his arc, Bison is going through his weird arc, you know. Find something for this dude. Fuck him up. He's been pretty for too long.
I would love to play as fucking Boxer in Street Fighter 6. I would fucking love to play as Boxer in SF6, dude.
Would you take it over Dutters?
No. Let's not say stupid shit. Let's not say stupid.
Let's not get violent.
What are you stupid?
Yeah,
no.
Okay, just checking.
But I'm just saying, I really like Boxer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So beyond Street Fighter.
If they put Dudley into Street Fighter 6, I want the Rose to be a core part of his kit.
It's actually just a move. Yeah.
I want it to be a real move. And I want it to be like a part of his setup gameplay.
Make it a fucking super. And if it hits you, some crazy shit happens. He hits you with the car, and Mr. Gotch crashes a helicopter into you.
Yeah, no, he throws a rose at you like Kay throws his glasses, and it blinds you a little bit, and then it just cuts to Gotch just running you over with a car, and that's the level 3.
And while you get ran over, he has a quick spot of tea.
Yeah, yeah, sure, there it is. Yeah,
tea break, crumpets.
Absolutely.
Lovely. All right. Beyond that, what did we see? Keeper, Call of Duty Blops.
COD Blops.
That trailer.
One more thing. It's Call of Duty, bitch.
That it was funny because it was like it was a cinematic story kind of trailer. So like you get excited for something fantasy or you know, something.
Is this Prey?
Is this a series of some? Yeah. What is going on here? Like it's Call of Duty. You're like, it's Call of Duty.
It's the COD Blops.
You don't get to take that slot. I mean, you can take any slot you want. You get the clout, but like you shouldn't. You should know better than to take the one more thing slot.
Stop blopsing me, man.
Summer Games Fest. How about that Requiem? Resident Evil 9. Re-9quiem.
So
Renquiem.
I want to give a massive shout out to Capcom for punking our asses the hardest they've ever been punked by making an announcement of, hey guys, the Resident Evil games are on sale. And then later on being like, hey, we really want to talk to you about the new Resident Evil game, but you're just going to have to wait. And then showing a goddamn trailer for the game like 20 minutes later after you've... So like for a huge proportion of that trailer, I was like, what is this? Whereas usually I would peg the Resident Evil, sorry, the RE engine models within like a second.
Yeah,
right?
There were no secret Umbrella logos on any files. Nothing on the newspaper or the TV or the screen or whatever gave it away. And I'm still like, yeah, I would have preferred if they took my title idea, you know.
Yeah.
Resident Evil SIX, and then the IX is highlighted. Resident Evil 6 9.
Yeah.
But yeah, so nuked Raccoon City, and post outbreak, fucking
post everything. So Resident Evil tends to take place in year of release, give or take 1 year. So canonically, the Arclay Mountain incident happened in 1996, and the Raccoon City incident took place in September of 98. And this game is taking place in like I think it's 2026.
Okay, so
it's been like 30 fucking years.
Yeah, and you see the crater, you know, you see the clear dust area, and then the city around it. Yeah, and I saw like it's interesting because it seems like, as someone who's like, you know, again, I haven't played all of them. This felt like it was less about sort of, let's set up a setting or let's set up a threat that's going to be something new, that's a different type of horror per se, and this just seemed to be like all continuity, all narrative, going back into this world. Am I reading that correctly?
As a massive mark for this series is a terrible story. There's a couple threads that are combining here that like now makes sense in hindsight, right? So the first thing is they say, "Oh, Grace Ashcroft," and as soon as they said Ashcroft, I'm like, "Oh, this is Resident Evil," because Alyssa Ashcroft is the blonde reporter in the red suit that is one of the characters in Resident Evil Outbreak and File 2.
Okay.
Who then escapes Raccoon City and writes a series of articles on disappearances in the Louisiana Bayou that you can read about in Resident Evil 7. Which is weird because they say that Grace's mom died in the hotel. The hotel they describe is the 3rd level of Outbreak, the hotel that's on fire.
Oh, okay.
So it's possible that her mom went back there for whatever reason.
So far you're answering my question with deep lore.
Yeah. At the end of Resident Evil, I'm not sure if it's Outbreak or File 2, but at the end of one of them, you fight the T Thanatos on a highway, and that's the highway they show at the beginning of the trailer. So that would be the end of Outbreak. And at the end of one of them, they imply that there are still like signs of life within Raccoon City. And that's why in later games and in subsequent novelizations, it's been established that the Marine Corps and the United States Special Forces have a cordon around the entirety of Raccoon City. Because every now and then a zombie or like a dog wanders out of the wreckage and they shoot them.
Okay.
Because fuck that, right? So something
build
still
a fucking wall rose
there
around that shit, obviously.
And on top of that, one of the design ideas that was supposed to be available in Resident Evil 1.5 but never happened was the end of that game was supposed to be you taking the tram from the lab in Resident Evil 2 to escape, and it would bring you into the mountains and drop you off at the lab from RE1 that had been exploded and burned down. And then the final part of that game would be you exploring Resident Evil 1 post-destruction. So that seems to be the core idea of what we're doing here, is we're going to be exploring the areas from 1, 2, and 3 post-destruction. But stuff will still be alive. The monster at the end of the trailer is probably Lisa Trevor from Remake, who is still alive because she's unkillable. And I have a feeling it's going to be an open world game. I have a feeling it is going to be a free form, like explore the city at your leisure kind of game.
Very interesting, very strange. Because I guess what I feel like, I saw was like 6 was a big everybody together, like send-off celebration every
Yeah, see, that's the
moment,
mistake they made.
right?
Resident Evil isn't about the characters, it's about the location, and it's about Raccoon City.
And then 7 was just like, yo, who knows? Who knows what's going on? Doesn't matter. New threat. It's a bunch of creepy old farmer, scary house things going on, and then, oh, by the way, here's some folks, some shit's going down that connects back to the things you already knew.
And then Village was like, werewolves,
right? And then yeah, like here's a new villain. Here's a lady, and she's big and woo, and new setting, new horror, whatever. And then, oh yeah, I guess there's some stuff that connects back to the stuff, but we're showing you a new thing. And then this time around, it's just like, no, this is just like wrapping up lore and doing connected bits.
So one of the reasons that I think that RE9 is going to be very like greatest hits and include elements of Resident Evil 1.5 is because when you play through Village and you have been a massive freak and dug through every piece of information about all these games as you can, you get a really strong suspicion that Resident Evil Village is based off of Resident Evil 4's Hookman version. There is a lot in Village that just screams these were the ideas behind Hookman. And I look at RE9 and I go, oh, these could be the ideas behind 1.5.
So do you think
before it got rebooted?
Do you think that this is a Metal Gear Solid 4 for the Resident Evil franchise? By like, if you're talking about revisiting all these locations after, so many years.
I think we're going to see
in an open world
I think
setting.
It's going to be an excuse to revisit like nearly every single major location that's ever been in all of the first 3 games.
And so, yeah, and everything you're talking about and everything we're seeing it's just like all lore connecting, right? So I'm kind of wondering, like, what is it just like this is for those who are all the way in?
Well, also if you want to have a gigantic wide open, so this is my assumption, if you want to have a gigantic wide open explorable space, Raccoon City is like the fucking spot. Because people know Raccoon City. Everybody knows some part of Raccoon City just by osmosis.
Are we gonna find a reason to hop on a boat and head over to Africa or hit South America up or Europe rather? I mean,
no, I don't think so, William.
No, we're not going to travel. Okay. Well,
no, I don't think so.
That's a cool premise. That's a cool idea, certainly. But yeah, I guess that's the only thing is I'm like, oh wow, yeah, this appears to just be like piecing together, bits and pieces of lore and there was no like, hey, new theme, new genre of like, a horror or new type of like quirky villain threat, So.
So quirky, there is a quirky villain threat. Grace Ashford did not fall asleep and wake up upside down with bullshit biohazard shit plugged into her in a spooky mansion by accident. No, it's probably all right. Fuck it. The villain of this game is probably going to be Wesker. No, not that one. The other one. Because we're dealing with a blonde woman that she's probably going to want to try and steal her body. Don't worry about it. And I bet you that at the halfway mark of this game, you will lose control of her and you will gain control of a recurring Resident Evil character who will come in
to save the
day. It has to be somebody who went to Raccoon City. So it's going to be Claire or Leon, but Claire already did that in Revelation, so it'd probably be Leon. And that would be like in Code Veronica X.
Does the odd number, even number, like Redfield thing matter anymore? Nah. No, it doesn't.
Nah,
okay.
It never did. Okay. No, what matters is Leon is more important.
Oh, yeah? Yeah?
Leon is more popular.
Leon over Chris?
Leon is Leon. Okay. Leon is the popular one.
RE2.
RE2, RE4. Like, he's the man.
Damn, that's I can see it because those are the most popular games for sure.
I think that is way less of a Hail Mary than like me saying that Alex Wesker is going to be the villain. There's my shot.
It is just kind of funny because like those reasons for Leon being like over is just because of like, well, the quality of the games he's in, and then like
he's in the 3 best games in the fucking franchise.
But the guy who's there from the beginning that has the seniority, it's like seniority is not enough to,
Well, one of the other things is that like Chris has looked like a completely different person in every single game he has ever appeared in, which is fucking weird. And also, Chris was a main character in Resident Evil 8. So it'd be unlikely for him to go back to back.
He's also hanging out in Guile stage, no matter what the game says. That's him.
No matter what it says.
That's him.
It absolutely is extremely possible that Guile and Chris like know each other and hung out.
That it's too deliberate. There's no way they didn't fucking make that to be Chris, and then at the last second.
Well, Chris is a fucking Air Force pilot, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah, so there's a dude that looks exactly like him standing there, and then they cowered it out and said, when you go on World Tour, no, you're not actually talking to Chris. And it's like, shut up. Fuck off. You know what it is. You know what you wanted everyone to think. Yeah.
Pardon me.
All right, then we saw Lies of...
Also, hey, Capcom, thank you for announcing this game like 7 months before it comes out. Cool. I like that.
It's nice when things
comes out in February.
It's nice when things get announced and then happen.
Also, February.
That fucking ROG ally footage showing you Silk Song playing on it.
Oh, what a bunch of motherfuckers.
Oh, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. What a fucking dirty move. They skonged everybody on the ally. Fucking ROG Skong. Get skonged up. You pieces of shit.
The other thing. The other thing, by the way, is that well, I'm checking to make sure. Yeah, so Resident Evil games release in Q1.
Don't skong my ROG, bro. Always?
Like Resident Evil games nearly exclusively 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all came out in January, February, or March.
Consistently. Huh, okay.
You know what was the first fucking Resident Evil game to not come out in Q1? That's right, fucking Resident Evil 6.
6.
The shit one.
There was a while when like late February.
7 was January. Wow, this is really consistent.
Late February was Street Fighter month for a second for them, but then they I guess, switched that up.
Capcom likes Q1. They just like Q1 in general.
They seem to, yeah. And now Monster Hunter, right?
Yep.
All right. Let's keep it going. Lies of P Overture available fucking today.
It's good.
Dying Light, The Beast.
Who gives a shit?
Wu-Tang: Rise of the Deceiver. Let's see what's going on there. I don't know.
I'll keep my eye on that.
Yeah, there can be there's room for more Wu-Tang. That's fine. I for a second I was like, did they get the album that Martin Shkreli had and then like release it as a game or so? And it's like, no, that's not what's happening. But yeah, let's lean all the fucking way in with that. There was also that TV show that came out, and I haven't seen much of it except that it hyper exaggerates their origins by like pretending to be like almost like a documentary, and then like the RZA is getting into like ninja fights on Staten Island and shit. And you're like, okay,
did that happen?
I believe so. I believe there were some shinobi battles that were required on the way to Wu-Tang becoming a clan. You know, a little bit of embellishment. Onimusha Way of the Sword, Game of Thrones War for Westeros, cool. Arc Raiders, Hitman, all that.
Oh man, that Westeros thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so late.
Game of Thrones. know, like
I don't know why
the
Kit Harington just didn't have a little girl sneak up on that monster and stab it with a knife.
It would have been so much easier. No, the stinger that is like, don't show me the Night King. That's the worst memory I can associate with this show. That's the bad. There's things you could do to make us think of the good. That's not it. Scott Pilgrim EX. See that shit? Basically, like,
it's the goofiest fucking thing in the world. It's the first Scott Pilgrim game to ever exist that has nothing to do with the evil X's.
It's so it seems,
and it's called EX.
Yes, exactly.
That's really funny.
That's really funny. Like, it's like, just in case you didn't see what they're doing there. So there's enough going on where people looking at the details, it's like, it seems to be like, oh, we're the do-over of that beat 'em up that got disappeared, you know, but it's actually it seems like a sequel to Scott Pilgrim Takes Off.
Okay.
So it seems to actually be like a, you know, canon further entry in the timeline. Yeah, fun stuff, and I like that name a lot. You know, that's a cool way to play it. And obviously, I like that Paul Robertson and Anna Managuchi are now quintessentially part of Scott Pilgrim alongside.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're gonna get an Anna Managuchi album out of this. So all right, fuck it, good,
every
great
time. Yeah, and then Mortal Shell 2, right? So, you know, that's a Souls-like that came and did its thing, and you know, they showed off and it looks pretty and looks like it's doing cool shit. I expect it to be a much better game than the first. It has a mechanic that I still haven't seen used elsewhere that is really original and cool to it, which is the shield by getting, you know, rocked up any time you want during any animation. You can turn it into a quick shield parry moment. You know, that's a fun ability that on its own can lead to some cool stuff and defensive options. But that fucking first game just got so boring towards the end. It got insanely fucking bland. So, you know, fix all that and let's get hard again. Let's harden up. Death Stranding 2. Hey, look, it's Neil and Lucy.
I think instead of doing that, they should have had Norman Reedus. I saw a recent interview with Norman Reedus in which he described working with Kojima and how he's the greatest genius he's ever seen.
He's like, I don't understand anything.
He describes like, okay, so I'm acting, and then Kojima tells me to pick up a baby doll and then cry, and I go, what am I crying about? And then he just started talking for like 15 minutes, and I had no idea what any of it meant.
Absolute genius, you know. And everyone's like, yeah, no, do it, go ahead, do it.
And then while I'm crying, he goes, look, a whale. There's a whale.
To think that we get that amazing performance out of Die Hard Man without anyone understanding what the fuck they were being asked to do is
there's something really like special
incredible.
that no one acting in those games has an idea of what their characters are doing or thinking.
Like Mads was at that show there showing up for Le Chiffre, and he still probably doesn't understand any part of what the role that he played in it, and he was incredible.
Like, Wooly, there's a real genuine strangeness to the idea that you or I know more about what's going on with Sam Bridges than Norman Reedus.
Oh man, yeah. So we'll see what this fucking Solid Snakeman going into the office is, and it also, that trailer, it felt so. Oh, God, of course it felt Kojima, because what was it? I don't know. We don't have any context, but it was two characters having a dialogue, and then they had a big emotional moment at the end, and that's all that matters.
Fight. Oh no!
They had an emotional moment, and Kojima's like, yes,
yeah.
Right? He did this right at the end. He got very excited because look at the emotions, you know. Oh shit. It's you know what, I won't put that on him. I was about to cage him up a little bit, but I won't.
No, don't do that.
I won't do that. I won't do that. Hey, yo, check out Stranger Than Heaven is the name of the RGG 1940s edition Project Century.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I went back and double checked this because I felt like an insane person. Stranger Than Heaven is also the name of the game called Project Century that takes place in 1915.
Oh, okay. What? So
there's going to be 2 time periods that just both happen to take place dead ass in the dead center of both world wars.
Huh. Okay, because the setting from the first look looked really old, so 1915 makes more sense there.
Yeah, it looked like the Thai show era.
Super,
it is.
Right. But hitting the 40s up is like significantly different, and that makes a bit more sense for a little with like people thriving and all the signs and this.
Wooly, what's the third time period going to be in Project Century?
I guess it would be the turn of the century.
Nah, 1543.
70s?
They already did Yakuza in the 80s. So what, the 70s or the 90s?
Could be.
Actually, they should be the 60s.
So the question that I have, it's not even that, right? But like they jumping into the funky jazz music and stuff is like a fun bit, and like the title reveal might as well have just been Tank playing in the background, Yoko Kanno style. Is the energy of walking around Japan in the 40s going to be kind of crazy as a bunch of soldiers are like, yo, do it for the emperor super hard?
I bet it's going to be awesome as shit, dude.
While you're running around being detective smoking man.
Fucked on the Americans so bad.
That's going to be crazy energy. And is RGG Studio, Ryoga Gotoku, going to then have goofy ass side missions hanging out with the Imperial Army with their
all right, so somebody in chat just linked, and I'm looking at a still screenshot from the trailer. There will be 5 time periods.
Oh wow. Okay.
We got 1915, which we've seen, 1943, which we've seen, 1929, which we haven't seen, and 2 others after 1943.
I mean, dude, like, what type of wild people and characters are you gonna meet in the middle of the fucking war, and you're gonna have to hear that guitar side quest music as you get up to shenanigans with fucking crazy scary people.
There's gonna be a side quest in which you're talking to like a discharged soldier who is sad because he didn't kill himself because he didn't do enough crimes on the Koreans, and his commanding officer got rid of him.
I mean,
and then it's going to be theme of sad.
I mean, we're not in that like World War. We're not in that Godzilla -1 territory where it's like a little bit after, and you get like that amazing main character from that you get. You're looking at the gung ho maximum fucking jingoism level of it, and so I
think there's going to be a really genuinely like I think they're going to touch on a lot of this because they're going to have a time period in this game in which you play as an ostensibly Japanese man with bright blue eyes in 1943,
right? Secret Americans,
like
Secret Americans,
and it is a focus of the trailer that they don't know why they have blue eyes, which is kind of a fucking big deal in this time and place.
I will say this, man, like, only a Japanese studio could do this time period. You couldn't have anywhere else or anyone else take this on.
I wouldn't want to fucking touch it.
You know what I mean? Like,
also, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? There's going to be a headline that we see in 6 to 18 months. We're just going to just pull it off the docket and we're going to put it here. Stranger Than Heaven has been banned from sale in Korea and China.
Oh man. Yeah, no. There is a very limited range of studios that would be able to tackle this type of setting. You wouldn't hand Sinners to Quantic Dream. Why would you hand this to anyone else or anywhere else for that matter?
Hey guys, Ubisoft's new Assassin's Creed game is going to come out. It's going to be built by the French team and it's going to take place in 1940s Dresden, Germany. Oh, you want to? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to be working for the Templars on this one. Crazy.
You know, the histories books were a little bit biased. Well.
We gotta finish this podcast up.
Yeah, we do. All right. I don't know if you have anything to say about Wildgate or Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
Forgot what those are.
Sonic Racing with Joker and Ichiban in it.
Yeah.
And Minecraft Steve.
That's good. Yeah.
Lego Mysterious Chronicle. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
We did it.
We did it.
Miku is also there too.
Yeah, Miku's there. That's good.
All right. You can send your letters in. If you
I got to get the fuck out of here. I got to be blunt.
All right.
It's very late.
Fuck it. Goodbye, everybody.
Fuck your letters.
There you go.
Bye.